Going. Let's try that to make sure it's on YouTube. I think that's all working. Just one. Right. Yeah. Only 40% of the way through at the minute. Obviously I missed last week in the end, so I've fallen behind a little bit, but I'm sure we'll catch back up. Is that Major Sibbert? Hey, how's it going, dude? Good to have you joining us. I like Weezer. Hi, how's it going, man? And Gangster Elmo. Hey, Mr. Lone Wolf, how's it going, dude? What's already failed? A route. I've not really done much on this map. I was looking on it earlier, like a few sort of tweaks I could do. I brought the loaf down to here. I was going to start building a road across there, but I didn't in the end for, I don't even know why really. I knocked those containers out of the way because I've not got my sturdy bridge on this playthrough, so that's like a lazier way to cut through there. Oh, these I managed to fail. Did they actually ever get there? I think these were still stuck. Like, I originally sent them round there, so tonight I changed the route, which is definitely a shorter route, but the problem is every time they tip over they pour a load of sand, so they in theory can like slowly sort of block themselves from a route that does work most of the time. They should hopefully get there now. So objectives wise, that's that one. Once it does the infrastructure route, that will complete that. Gonna have to do that one at some point, get the pipes running. It's not too bad, but there's a lot of driving around on that one, I suppose. Reinforce the riverbank. I'm hoping to either leave that one tonight or do it near the end, because I'm gonna have to bring, well, after that mission you move some pieces of wall to fix all this, so I may as well bring like a heavy transport vehicle, and then I may as well bring on the trailer like the what's it bloody called, Aramatsu crayfish thing, and then I don't know, like the L34 log carrier thing. Yeah, we'll see about that. I remember last time the mission I was sort of at the end of the last live stream. I got here, but I managed to drown the bridge laying vehicle. Slipped in a bit too soon, so she said, of course. I've got a crane nearby though. So we'll go and fish that out. Try and get the, yeah, turn the stash to the hermit. I think that unlocks the version of the links. I can't even remember what it's called. I've not even really used mine much because I ended up parking it upside down on a piano, as you do. If in doubt. There's one handy thing about this crane is, at least if you get stuck, you can fire out your crane legs. Objective complete. That must be the AI route thing that got there. Ray Simplicity, how's it going, Mr. Wolf? I'm not too bad, cheers, dude. How are you doing? I like Weezer, good man. Sorry, one sec. I'm just gonna. There's a box in the way of the chat box. That's better. Ray Simplicity, curious to see if those glitches will follow you in the live stream. They probably will. I seem to get loads of them. Sometimes I do sort of push my luck a bit and probably invite some of them, but yeah, all things considered, I do seem to get quite a lot. Thankfully, touch wood, not really any that are like completely game breaking or anything. I don't really mind glitches and that, as long as, yeah, when it starts to like might make you get stuck on like a mission that you're not able to pass and you'd have to theoretically like reset the whole map. Not too keen on them. But like that cargo container getting glitched in the building yesterday and flapping around everywhere until it popped out was, yeah, as long as it just sticks to stuff like that. I remember it being awkward to get across it. It might not be too bad in this, we'll see. There's that plan. It's not actually because it was about to drown, it's because the bloody nose of this thing gets stuck on everything. I wish they would chill out with the sort of sharp hitbox angles. Like now I'm sort of getting dug in again. Needs to more like push the ground out the way eventually. Try this way now, it's looking a little better. Justin Lynch, hello, how's it going, dude? Have you joining us? Right. Made it to the island. You can tell where my bridge layer went through. Just carves a path through the trees. God damn, I've only got 117 grand. That reminds me, actually, I forgot to go back onto Sandswept, I think it was, and see if I can sell some more of my stuff. These out of the way. I've never actually tried to pick the bridge layer up. I've picked the bridges up, but not while it's got the vehicle on it, so we'll see. It's a shame you're not able to like ram these trees over and they actually stay kind of as a bit of a makeshift log bridge. Oh my god. Can't hit that tree to save me life. Now I'm about to drown my crane. Worst case if it won't reverse, I'll switch to crane mode, but again that's where like switching instantly to crane mode would be a lot easier. Just extend the crane longer and it'd kind of eventually prop against the ground and I'll be able to push my way out anyway, but yeah, not as easily with the where you've got to hold the button to enter crane mode. Not liking it. I'm having to keep the crane like very short. I've only really got to get it out of the water so I can fire up the engine again. That tree out the way. He's not listening to me for some reason. Oh shit. Don't do it to me, bastard. Drop that in the ground and move myself backwards. This game, like, for one time it could do with putting the handbrake on. It never does. Do the cop blocking thing where it won't do the winch points. It's going to be one of them nights. The crane can't lift it. It's going to tip the crane over. Snow runner, this won't be an issue, so I've just put the loaf behind one of them trees and winch to it, but yeah, it just can't lift it. I was going to say, it's slowly lifting it, but it's also slowly dragging me into the water. Give it one more go, if not. I'm tempted at this point, to be honest. If I can just get the engine running on it, I'll just lay the bridge in the water and then use the crane to just move the bridge on its own. Obviously, it's like not got enough oomph to lift the crane and the vehicle. It's better. No. It's keen on rolling down that hill. It's not the best, but it doesn't really give you the cleanest, I don't know, like banks on each side to make it perfect. It's going to be a little awkward. I think Lynx should be able to climb up the other side though. Do we have one nearby is the next question. It's not looking good. I know I've got a lot more vehicles scattered all over the place on the on my normal playthrough. Let's just get them sure. I must own another one. Ah, retain. Where the hell is that then? Oh yeah, I suppose we did have it unlocked actually, didn't we? Must have been the mission before to unlock that, because yeah, I think now I remember dragging the safe with this thing that I'm about to retrieve from that hermit's stash thing. Oh shit. Oh no, I ain't built that yet either. Gonna have to do a bit of road building on this one, I think. Yeah, because that makes life so much easier. Right, sod it. It's already time. No. How many bicles do I own on this playthrough? Well, it shouldn't really matter actually, because each time I was recovering them. Oh, keyboard's doing it. Well, not keyboard, the game. It doesn't let you scroll down. So yeah, when you deploy it, you get a full load of sand, and I'll just have to keep like retaining it to the garage. I'm doing it that way, really. Ray, Saber should be paying for discovering all these glitches, or at least give you free games. It's true. Should at least get a Christmas card or something. Which you'd think some of them, like, again, it's sort of, all these companies never really seem to have, like, just a person who just plays the game. I don't know. Not even, like, specifically to flush bugs out, that just plays the game, and obviously you encounter some along the way. Some of them seem like pretty obvious ones, but I seem to find most of them. Right, then in theory, retain, deploy, and we have another load of sand. Because deploying the sand scalper is a pain in the arse. There is some sandy looking stuff in those trees back there, but I never got it able to actually deploy it. Justin Lynch, like 15 minutes ago, I just finished watching Dragon Ball Daima? I don't think I've ever watched any of that. I never really got into it. I think my brother was it that one? Yeah. I think it was like that. Not that I like dislike it or anything. I know what you're on about. I've just never seen it. Well, I've seen the cartoons, not the film. What did I watch earlier? Machete. Film from back in the day, although there's a few, I don't know, plot themes in that film that were pretty sort of eerily relevant today, really. Rebel by choice. Still haven't used bridge layers. Have you not? I mean, I built that sturdy bridge out of it, but obviously that kind of wasn't the way the game intended them to be used. Yeah, like, I wouldn't. It's not that they're rubbish, but this map hasn't really catered to the fact that they've added bridge layers. So it feels like a few missed opportunities where they could have sort of helped incorporate it a bit more. Even like, say, just that one I just did over to the Hermit's stash. They could have just made it a little bit more, I don't know, welcoming to properly fit in a bridge layer than just being like, you'll just kind of lay it down and it's a bit janky. But again, something with big wheels like this should be able to climb up the bank on the other side and all the rest of it. But yeah, I mean, even along here, I don't know. That saying that, I don't think I've tried a bridge layer along here, but it's going to be one of them things really where it's inherently like the chances of you being able to lay the bridge very neatly is kind of slim because of the way like it obviously sits flush with the ground, but it will kind of sit at whatever angle the ground is. And it's not even really the game's fault per se, it's just the nature of the game. It's all like rough terrain and all the rest of it. So I'm sure there is places like if you put it along here somewhere, I'm sure there's a place it'd fit and be pretty flush and all the rest of it. But there's probably a lot of times as well where, yeah, you could probably do with laying a bit of sand at each side or something, but then it might be a little bit too high, and now you've got to try and move a little bit of sand, and then sure, any little toggle things came off the analog stick. Yeah, and then it's like you might end up like flattening a bit of sand, but it flattens it more than you want, and all sorts. Ends up being a little bit probably imprecise for sort of really nicely, neatly laying them things. Yeah, well, I'll try and get this done quickly. I didn't really plan on doing this, but I didn't realise I didn't already have that bit built. And yeah, I definitely recommend it. Even on my main playthrough, I just use it all the time. Even though there's that bridge there, that sort of goes off to that island. And preferably, like, that island's just, there's the water treatment facility and all that. It's just that everything seems to more happen on that island. Rebel, damn crowns, damn it. Came late to avoid them. Yeah, I don't know how it dishes them out or whatever. I noticed that the first 3 comments, I think it was Gangster Elmo, that it did a crown, but the Weezer, it didn't, and like, yeah, seems a bit random with how it picks it. I don't even know if I can turn them off, to be honest. Probably would rather just do that if I could. Probably one more, it might be good. I don't really mind if it's slightly underwater. I quite like it when it's like that, to be honest, but as long as it's shallow enough, so some of the vehicles with lower snorkels can still get across there. Justin Lynch, I haven't either, but I've been back on SnowRunner. Oh, have you? Yeah, like I say, I certainly want to go back to it at some point. I bought it the other week, but I just kind of want to get this game. Well, I was preferably hoping to get like this and the next DLC done, and then go back to SnowRunner, really, because I don't really want to jump between the games. When I briefly played SnowRunner the other week, just while I was trying to transfer the save and all the rest of it, yeah, the controls being different, it's gonna not confuse me, but I'm just muscle memory wise, I'll just keep hitting the wrong buttons all the time. So I'd rather just go back to SnowRunner and then be on that for a bit, if anything. I also wouldn't mind finding, like, I don't really know still what game it is I want to play, but probably something a bit more fast-paced. But I don't know if it's a racing game I want to do, like a shooting game, or I don't know, more of a horror game. I always wanted to play that Alien Isolation. I got some of it done, but I was planning on doing like a live stream of that game at some point. This thing's completely stuck. Not really on much of anything. Oh, actually, I'll take that back. There's a big fat rock there. Alright, just get that out of the way. We'll see how it goes with this. Worst case, I might need one more load of sand just to raise the levels up a little bit. Axel Deep, hello everyone, how's it going, dude? Good to have you joining us. I'm saying that, you need to send like a semi-truck vehicle along here later, really. So I remember I sort of laid more sand, ended up building like a proper road just to help them actually get up. But again, it's one of them, I could probably, if I can get away with just building a rough road for now, in theory, between this week and next week, I could sort of build the road a little bit better. That's not too bad. I think that'll do. So sad how tracked vehicles just can barely turn in this game. Rebel, just got up, but I've been feeling good. Knock on wood. Knock on wood. Yeah, I saw your comments saying that you've had some good days, which is good. To be honest, I've felt like shit the last couple of weeks. Like, I've had headaches pretty much every day. Today I actually feel pretty good. Like, I don't know if I go as far as to say good, but yeah, pretty normal by comparison. Yeah, for some reason I just had shitloads of headaches. Well, headaches, and then it more feels like migraines, and you feel sick and all the rest of it, but yeah, hopefully. I just seem to get them in sort of patches every now and then, so hopefully they sod off for a bit. Where's me links? Was it that one? It was. That seems alright. That'll do for now. Steering's not... doesn't listen too well. Oh, have I cleared this container out yet? Sort of. I assume this thing won't move it very much. Well, it's a little bit more than I thought, to be honest. The Lynx is pretty sort of weak at pushing cargo containers and that around. It won't that one, as it's up against a lamppost. Axel D, that's good. Glad to hear it. Very nice. Yeah, cheers, man. Rebel, been laying roads all over Deluge. Yeah, Deluge is a good map, I reckon. Like, I built the racetrack and that, but it was a nice map. Like, it was sort of worth investing sort of way more time than obviously if you were just trying to speed run it and do as minimal as possible. Although, to be fair, I've not really been back to it since, but I suppose because I'm doing videos and that, I'm always kind of getting on with the next video. But yeah, just overall, I think that was one of the best maps out of the bunch. I think most of the maps were pretty good, to be honest. Even the ones that are probably like technically my least favourite maps, maybe like Sunken, and I don't even think that was a bad map at all either. So all in all, I think they actually did pretty well with that. And this map, there's elements of it I do really like. I think it was like a bit more difficult in some ways, but I think it's took a step back in terms of, I think Kelly missing, it sort of makes a big difference. Once you're just used to, like, you complete a mission and you kind of know when you have, because you get that little radio like bloop, bloop, and she pops up and explains whatever is the next thing, or sort of draws a line under a mission and gets that done. But yeah, I think it helped sort of tie the missions together a bit more. Like, I've sort of, on this map, particularly with my other playthrough where I'm on like 81% or whatever it is now, it's just sort of like random individual missions you got to do, but it doesn't really tie it all together very well, or doesn't really explain like what it is you're trying to aim for. Whereas that's one thing I suppose Kelly was quite handy for was like sort of almost explains a bit of the backstory really of like what your general goal is on the map to begin with. It's sketchy. Sounds like there's no grip on it at all. Just by the skin of my teeth got away with that, doing a bit of drifting, but that was not planned. Not a winch, here we go. Good. There she is. I'd love it if you could just go around and find a safe like this in real life. Oh, years ago where I used to live, there was like, I think it was more like an abandoned army shooting range. Well, I don't even know, I don't know if it was abandoned or not. There was no one there, but it also kind of looked too neat to be abandoned. And they used to hear every now and then where they'd like bomb stuff off the coast as like just testing things. Not like, don't mean like top secret military shit, but like, you know, people getting into the Air Force and that, you'd hear them blowing shit up. But there was an army base thing that just had like a massive mound of mud, which was like a big hill that obviously where everyone shot. And then there was loads of like where they must have sat or laid to take the shots. There was like I don't know, sort of holes in the ground, but had like metal doors over them with like old padlocks chained shut. And obviously you could see where kids like would all been there and like try smash the lock off or whatever. There was probably nothing in there. Not like going there to specifically smash the lock off, just it was in the middle of nowhere, and so just as you're roaming around along the cliffs and that, you just come across it, and it's like, yeah, you can see how people had spray painted shit and obviously tried to get in there. I was hoping not to move the bridge, but I might have to. Or it might not even let me. Close. Do have a little bit more precision in this game. Like when you go from reverse to forward and all that, there are times it doesn't kick in particularly quick. It does make it a little bit less precise. Which, to be fair, a lot of the time it doesn't matter too much, but situations like this. Like this vehicle's actually sort of struggling with it quite a bit. I don't know. Rebel, I spent 2 hours earlier this morning around 2:30 talking. Sorry, I saw mates, was it? Thumbs are getting used to jumping between Roadcraft and SnowRunner. Yeah, it's like, again, I just pressed the wrong button like every time instinctually when I played. Well, I didn't really play SnowRunner, but you know what I mean. I loaded it up, I loaded the save up just to make sure that it's all still working and whatnot. Yeah, and I was like, well, I don't like the different controls, but I definitely remember like I prefer SnowRunner controls to Roadcraft overall. I don't think they did as good of a job of the I don't know, yeah, which buttons they designated for which task. And like I said, stuff like the low range takes up the X button, which is sort of some good real estate. Considering it doesn't really get used that much, rarely makes much of a difference. Axel Deep. Hell Divers 2 is that game for me, Wolf. I really enjoy that when I want something faster paced. Yeah, I've heard good things about that as well. I assume, is it possible to get it on Steam, I suppose? Because, yeah, that's sort of my way, I suppose, now of getting onto games. Funny enough, I saw a, not necessarily that this is faster paced, but I saw an advert on YouTube earlier for Jurassic Park Evolution 3, coming out with a third one now, which I've owned the original. I think I played the original actually way back, must have been the PS2 or something. I think I owned number 2 on the PS4, but I never played it. Even though I wanted to, had plans to, just never sort of got around to it. And then yeah, now there's number 3 coming out. Yeah, it's one of them really. I'm in the mood for a game, but I don't know what game. Again, I like playing this. I just, every now and then it's nice to, like, playing Wreckfest for a little bit was pretty fun. I've not even been on it, I think, since I made a video, but, oh no, I have, sorry, once more. They've added, like, a new map and that. And a couple of new cars, I think it was. But yeah, like, I've not really been on that. Even though it was a great game, there's just not much. It's not like the full game so far. But yeah, that Helldivers, I've sort of seen roughly what it's about. And yeah, it sounds like it went pretty well and everything. So I've heard some good things about it. Sorry, I can see Squared something. Are there any money bags still? Oh, money bugs, sorry. Money bags. Not as far as I know, unless anyone knows some newer ones. I believe they've patched the one where you're able to, like, clone cargo or resources or whatever. Yeah, other than that, I don't really know of any more. I don't, like, it's not the perfect solution, but I know if you start a new game, you can, like, make the vehicles cost nothing, so obviously that frees up a shitload of money in that sense, but I think you have to start a new playthrough for that. Which is kind of, I'm in a similar boat with the, for some reason, this can't even climb up there. It wasn't even making the winch go tight at that point. I personally would like to adjust this. One, to put manual gearboxes on, and two, the sand quarries being bigger would just be nice, generally speaking. I think they did a particularly bad job with that on this map. And, yeah, whether they intended, like, you know, you could deploy the scalper, but the scalper's a piece of shit. And they should have worked that out by now. So, yeah, they should have done much bigger. Again, I don't mind if they make us buy the sand quarries. I know a lot of them, even on this map, you have to pay, like, for fuel or whatever it is. But, yeah, I just wish there was more options to do that. Because it kind of does kill some of it in this game. Like, I've not built anywhere near as many roads in this, other than, like, the bare minimum, really, just to... Yeah, because I'm just sick and tired of keep having to drive back and forth to try and go back to a tiny sand quarry. Or, yeah, deploying the scalper's a pain in the arse. Sorry, I didn't read them out, but I saw some of the comments. I saw was Dying Light one that was recommended. Is that a horror game? I might have seen someone play through that ages ago. It was one of them, really. It's the same with, like, Alien Isolation. I was planning on doing a live stream of that, because I, like... But, because I'd never played the game and not seen anyone play it or anything, I had no idea where I was going, and it seems like one of them games where if you don't know what you're doing, you could easily bleed a few hours going the wrong way, doing the wrong thing, whatever. So my original intention was to possibly, like, play through it so I know roughly what I'm doing, but then that takes the edge off, like, obviously the game being new. What I should have done, though, really, was sort of play through it, and then by now I would have forgot 98% of it, but I'll just remember enough to sort of at least know, like, oh yeah, don't go this way. But a good thing about a game like that is the alien is, like, technically like, not like AI, but I mean it's not linear. Like, it doesn't just pop out at certain locations. So even if you have played through it, in theory, like, there should still be some randomness to it. And then yeah, I saw Borderlands as well. I've never really played that. I don't know if I'm a fan of, like, you know, the way it's all drawn and everything. I know that's a very, like, slight sort of nitpicking at it. It might well be a good series, but I think that's why I never really got into playing it. Isn't that the one where it's sort of, do they call it cell shaded or something like that? Yeah, I remember the original ones way back. Yeah, Axel D. Yeah, I've never played any Borderlands. Yeah, same here, dude. Oh yeah, I remember this piece of shit. Well, we'll do this mission, but it's not going to have any health left. Fuck bringing various cranes and all sorts just for it to auto-detach the winch and all the rest of it and cause damage. Pain in the arse, these missions. I'm not even against the idea of having damageable cargo, but the game just isn't, I don't know, smooth enough or something to make these missions, like, they're just too much of a troll. So yeah, my recommendation would be don't even waste your time. Just, I'm going to be able to winch to it. It'll auto-detach my winch and damage it each time, but after it's fully damaged, the winch will then stay attached and I can just drag it to where it's got to go. Rebel, I've got to spend some time working on my mods so they'll be active. Yeah, that's another thing. I transferred the save and I had to download a load of mods that hopefully most of them will match the ones I already had, because obviously everything I don't sort of transfer over, it'll delete them, which I don't want. Right. Damage it again. Damage it again. More like it. A bit of Freebird. I had to demonetize that video as well just to put that Freebird bit in, but it was worth it. But yeah, when it popped up, pretty much sort of saying, like, do you want to remove that bit from the video or you can't monetize it? It's like, if you think I'm removing Freebird for some adverts, although the video you may still get adverts on it, because I think YouTube just seems to put adverts on everything these days, but the video is 100% not monetized for me. So either YouTube get it, or it might have monetized it maybe, but the revenue goes to Lynyrd Skynyrd, or probably more likely the record label that owns the music. Well, definitely all Lynyrd Skynyrd, aren't they? Didn't they die in a plane crash or something? Right, I liked Borderlands 3 the best. Yeah, it's one of them, just never, like, got into it really, but it's another game though. I've not really, like, I've heard it's pretty popular. It does well in various lists and that. XLD, and it's only $39.99. That's not too bad these days. I assume you're about the Helldivers too. Just a Lynch. I don't care about the Evolution Park Builder games. I'm interested in Jurassic Park Survival. Yeah, true. I mean, when I played the original Evolution game, it was quite good, but obviously you go in sort of way back when you didn't get as much stuff like that. I think that's why I never bothered building or doing anything on that Jurassic Park Evo 2. I like the idea of it, and I want to get a T-Rex, but yeah. Every time it's kind of like, it's a lot of, yeah, a lot of park building and all the rest of it to essentially get a T-Rex that I can't then do anything with. I could probably make like the I don't know, like the maintenance guys in the game kind of go into there and break a fence and the T-Rex eats them or whatever. But yeah, I want a bit more like, I think a Jurassic Park survival type game would actually be pretty cool. I don't know why they've not really, because again, even with that Turok game, yeah, I don't think that went down as a bad game or anything. And wasn't there... Is it Dino Crisis? Oh shit, I just thought I'm probably not quite going the right way. Yeah, once it's down there, so I may as well go over that pivot bridge. Gotta do a U-turn. It's a good job of being extra delicate with this cargo. We'll go back through the container bit, I suppose. Rebel, I got a new game for PS4 on the road, just a couple of hours on it. I've heard of that. I don't know, I can't remember if a bit of like an advert for it or something came up. What's it like? Race Simplicity. I got lucky. Got it on Epic Games for $9 on a special. Yeah, that's pretty good. Do like some cheap games. Funnily enough, I think that Jurassic Park Evo 2, it might have even been in like the PlayStation monthly games. I think I've got a Call of Duty, Cold War maybe. I think that might have been free on the monthly games as well. They're actually, most of the time it's pretty crap games they give away on there, but every now and then you actually got one that was like legitimately sort of worth it. Although I need to check actually, because I cancelled my subscription the other week to like PlayStation, I don't know, whatever it charges you for being like online or something. I'll have to see if it still lets me access those games now I'm not paying the subscription, because I've got a feeling it probably won't, even though I technically like own them and they're on the PlayStation. I've got a feeling there'll be some kind of cock-blocking deal in there where you've got to resubscribe to whatever it was called, PlayStation something. Well, PS Plus, but I think that was broadly what it was. Axel D, there is a mod you can get on Nexus Mods for sand everywhere. I don't use it, but I've heard of it. Is that on this game? Yeah, it'd be like pretty handy if there's sand quarries everywhere, which is how it should be. Slash, I wouldn't mind if the sand quarry situation is as it is in this game. If the scalper was just basically deployable everywhere, I can live with like it not being deployable on an actual like main road or whatever, or in the middle of like a yard. But yeah, it's a crap idea. Whoever thought of I don't know, just making it nigh on impossible. And sometimes you get lucky. I think someone said the other day in the comments that they managed to deploy the scalper somewhere along here when building this road. Whereas I went up and down there a few times and just didn't get lucky, but other times I've been able to deploy it, I don't know, sort of in 5 minutes, not 50 minutes and so on. It's just, but it's too random and too strict. So yeah, a sand everywhere mod I could see being pretty damn handy. Rebel, yeah, my easy mode is what I'm calling it. Got it set up crazy easy. It's nice like that sometimes. And this is the sort of game where I'd like that. Obviously, certain game, I don't know, yeah, playing through Call of Duty in a campaign mode, I like to do them in like the hardest mode possible. But when it comes to games like this, I've already had the challenge of the game and I've enjoyed it. Again, I do like this game. There's elements that I prefer in this game over SnowRunner. But yeah, after a while, like, I could happily now, if I could turn on just money is like, yeah, the vehicles are free or next to nothing. Stuff like the sand quarries being all over the place. Because, yeah, I've been there and done that now, where I've drove back and forth to sand quarries to transport the sand, and it's like, I don't need that level of gameplay anymore. I'd rather just, yeah, deploy a scalper anywhere or just have the sand quarries covering the entire map to begin with. Which again, at that point, I'd still happily like pay for it via the fuel thing, if that meant that I had to go to the construction zone and buy more fuel. so you have to do like some monetary investment in it, that'd be fine, but yeah, it's not the case at the minute. Squared Client 5, some I don't agree with. They need to add it to let us to be able to adjust the hard mode settings on our current playthrough. Yeah, exactly, I agree, like, that's what I'd rather, because, yeah, I've already done, like, I've 100%ed all the first 8 maps. I'm obviously, on my normal playthrough, I'm almost fully through this. And yeah, to start another game just to get, like, the gearbox, for example, and I can't see any reason why you just wouldn't be able to add a gearbox to, like, my original playthrough. And yeah, especially because doing videos and stuff, like, if I start a new playthrough, I'll kind of have to go and complete all those 8 maps again just to get back to where I was, really, to then get a video on, like, a new mission or whatever. Yeah, I wish there was an option to adjust it without having to do that. Right, we'll leave the riverbank one for now. What's this one? Oh yeah. It's a mission that, well, we'll see, so I'm going to do it. They're building this bloody road. It could so easily be an easy mission. Speaking of which, I'm going to have to deploy the sand scalper somewhere. I think I deployed it around there last time. For whatever reason, my bicycle got stuck somewhere along there. So, after all that, I may as well recover the life. I did bring him down here, but... all I'm thinking is, like, shall I deploy some stuff here while I'm here? Or is it going to make much difference? The chances of me getting to that mission tonight are probably low anyway, so fuck it, let's just recover it. Oh. Well, let's just switch back to the links. Yeah, to build a road across there. Let's just see what vehicles it's going to offer me. Because even if it's all like the rusty ones, I've got enough of them. There's the bowhead, or I can do a bicycle, yeah, so I might just recover some now so they're here for a later date. New one of that. No, because I'll use that one on the road I'm about to do. Okay, that should be the old crappy one. Got enough of them? Yeah, that should do. Right, and recover the life to the roadside base, I think it is. That's the one. Oh, sorry, I saw something about a rebel. You found a new Western star. You do like them. I always get oh yeah, that way. I don't know why. I always get confused which way I'm facing or whatever in this roadside basement. It spawns me there. I don't know why. It catches me out more than it does. Shadow Monk 2020. Is the DLC worth getting? It's a tough one to say. If you've been enjoying the game so far, I'd say yeah, but like, I don't know, yeah, just little things like, I think Kelly popping it was like quite funny and we'd all sort of got used to it at this point. Like I say, it doesn't tie the missions in as well, but as far as like if you want more gameplay and you've enjoyed the game, etc., I certainly don't think it's a waste of money, put it that way. But if you only played the game like an hour or two a week or whatever, you're probably not missing out on like a whole lot. The bridge layers are kind of, I suppose, a cool addition, but again, they didn't really optimize the map to yeah, sort of take advantage of them, adding them or anything. The bowhead. I just don't want to get the that'll do. I just saw it saying like that one 1,058 meters away, so I'm assuming that's all the stuff I just recovered. to the other road, so I don't want to recall it from there. Right, well, at least that bicycle has some sand to start with, but I still think I'm going to have to bring a bloody scalper. Although in theory, it's a bit easier to deploy the scalper on this particular section, because there is basically like a giant pile of sand that it finally listens to and accepts. Where is it? There it is. Oh, I've already got it deployed somewhere. Oh, I'm having it back. Rebel by choice. PS Plus over $150. Yeah, is it? I was on like the lowest level one. I remember it was saying like you can sort of upgrade that. I think there was 3 levels, and yeah, it wouldn't surprise. I think it was the one I was doing was 70 quid a year, which probably translates to $90 to $100 anyway. But then yeah, there was the other levels which were you get access to like a classics game catalogue and all that, which I was tempted at some point, but the classic games it has aren't really the best ones I remember. So many games that used to be out that they could easily re-release now, but they just won't, because I think they know it slightly eats into like new game sales, I suppose. But it's a shame, because there is some great games from back in the day. And you think it'd be like printing money by comparison. Like if they re-released GoldenEye, yeah, they've already got the game, so they've only got to load it onto some kind of format that we can buy and play. And again, you think it'd be like a license to print money by comparison, because I'm pretty sure GoldenEye would sell pretty damn well, and games like it. That might be enough, even though it doesn't quite cover up to there. We'll find out. It's more if this thing makes it. Which it didn't for me, which made life a lot harder. I suppose really it's a little bit late now, but I could have spawned the bicycle, maybe seen if I had more chance of making it. So no, I could cancel that, but the bicycle will struggle just... not the bicycle, sorry, the bowhead. That'll struggle even climbing over that first bit. Let's leave him ticking along for a minute. What else we got? Get the pipes running. There's that one. And that one. So I think I'll do the same thing again really. Bring 2 pipes, grab those 2 valves, come back, fix that, grab another pipe from there, so I need 3 really. Should have a whatchamacallit, mule thing somewhere. I don't know where. I don't know why. I always feel like I kept a lot better track on SnowRunner, like where particular vehicles were. I don't know if it was easy to tell. Obviously on this game you've got like these white diamond things or whatever, but they all just blend into the same thing. You can't really tell what's what until you zoom right in. I kind of want to leave that on there because I think that comes in handy for something later. So if I ain't got one in here, I'll just buy one. Well, they are both deployed. It's shopping time. Buy 2. It's getting a bit tight with the money, but I'm bound to use them at some point. Alright, at least I've got pipes in the storage. Rebel, the game is so fun to restart. Is that this game? You do though, don't you? You do a lot, I think you did on SnowRunner as well. Which I'm not against restarting games. It's just because doing videos, like I say, it's kind of, if I've already done the videos on the first bits, there's no point in sort of redoing it for me. So I sort of end up staying at the end. Like, there is various. I remember bloody Grand Theft Auto 5. I think I've 100%ed that a couple of times at least. I did it at least once on, I think it was my old PlayStation account. I did it on my brother's PlayStation account and I borrowed that for a while. And then I might have even done it on my newer, like on my current PlayStation account. Yeah, Call of Duty Ghosts. Played that one plenty of times. Black Ops. I saw the trailer really for the Black Ops 7 and yeah. Call of Duty, like that used to be like a military shooter game. And now it's like some kind of acid trip. Not that I've ever took acid, or knowingly anyway. Magic mushrooms, like. But yeah, seems to have come a long way and not necessarily for the best. Which I've not really played Call of Duty since Black Ops, was it 4 or 5? Can't remember. They've done quite a lot of Black Ops games now. For some reason, that's the one they seem to be milking the hardest. Camel Tenga, please turn gain up a little. Ooh. Is it? I'll try and move the mic a little bit nearer. I think that's about all I can. It's about as close as it's going to get, if that helps. For some reason, it is quiet on the live stream, and I really don't know why. It was the same on the PlayStation. Like when I do a video, I can have the mic like a lot further away from my mouth, and it still shows up. But yeah, for some reason with the live streams, you have to practically eat the microphone before it starts picking it up properly. Squared clients, some I'd also like to see because building roads, etc. I think we should be able to have more options for roads. Yeah, I wouldn't say no to it. I think like you could do, they could add like an option for like gravel pathways, and I suppose we can do sand just by not completing all the steps. But yeah, there's certainly things they could expand a bit more on this game, and certain things that probably don't need any more attention sort of thing, like, but I suppose it's a bit of testing and that going on, but seeing what works and what doesn't. But yeah, I certainly wouldn't say no to more kind of different road options. Same with the bridges and that. I wish they weren't as I don't know, like you can't unlock them all the time and that shit. Plain legs would help. Bastard. Come on, you went green. Means you will accept it. Here we go. Right, the one element they left out of this game is when building a road, you need to have a gravel base than the sand. Yeah, true. Like I say, just gravel roads in general I think wouldn't be a terrible idea on this game. Just as like another option. I think having some kind of like grader or whatever as well to like help, I don't know, more neatly smooth the sand out, because you can go back and forth with a dozer, but obviously sometimes it kind of flattens another bit a bit more than the other side and all the rest of it. And then there is, you can go back and forth with a steamroller, but yeah, if there was a bit of a sort of easier, more uniform way to make nice flat roads. Which is not the end of the world, but I've sort of give up on trying these days. Like earlier, in the earlier maps, I'd actually like, if I had the time anyway, sort of obviously edit a big chunk out, but go to a fair bit of effort to try and make like a nice, crispy, smooth road. But you sort of realise it just starts eating a load of time, and it half the time it ends up being some kind of bump left in there somewhere. Rebel, we want Kelly back. Yeah, true. It's pretty mad how, like, I actually think it was kind of like made a good difference to the game. Might be cooked. No, might have got away with it if the crane was listening. I'm trying to move to the left. Nope. Died. Surprise as well. I'd argue that's not 90 degrees. It's close. Right, what have we got nearby? These, really. Something. There's a crane. Oh, fuck it, I suppose that's not a bad idea. No, we don't want to hit that. Right, well, nothing wrong with starting over. You could use bridge layers at the start after you open the garage in Contamination. Yeah, again, yeah, it's not to say never. It's more because, like, I want to get this done, and then I want to go on to SnowRunner. So, like I say, I'm sort of in a bit of a backlog, really. So I don't want to make more for myself by then starting a new playthrough on this. Otherwise, it'll just, like, I'll sort of end up never getting to SnowRunner at this rate. And then, yeah, some other game that, again, is a bit more, but I've still not quite decided what it is I want to do, but we'll see. I'll figure something out. I mean, even like, I've got that BeamNG. I've played it a bit, but I kind of like, I like that game. I'd happily play that more. But there is a hell of a lot of sort of BeamNG videos already out there. Rebel, not getting plus. Is that, yeah, the PlayStation thing, do you mean? Justin Lynch, was GoldenEye on PS? I remember having it on N64. I think it was just on N64, as far as I remember. That's certainly what I had it on as well. While I'm here. Yeah, so I don't really think, like, I don't agree with it, but I can see why Sony, for example, I had to roll back down and cock block one of the winch points. I can see why Sony, say, doesn't want to release some of the older games on PlayStation because they've now got, yeah, PS5, etc. But I don't think, if Nintendo released GoldenEye, but then there's probably some kind of, I don't know, I bet there's some kind of, like, film rights, movie rights kind of tied in with it that might make things more complicated. I can't remember the full story, but you know the game that's called, like, Friday the 13th or whatever, which seems to be, like, not massively popular, but I think went well for, like, a bit of an odd game. But I think the people who made it didn't originally have the rights to use Jason in it or something, and then they got the rights, but they only got the rights to, like, Jason, like, you know, 1, 2 and 3, but not the other ones, so then he wasn't able to wear this suit or this outfit because it was from the different film, and it all just sounds like, obviously, yeah, it's kind of where all the blood-sucking lawyers come into the equation and just kind of kill a lot of hopes of a lot of games just by being, like, so money hungry that they're not willing to not just not let anything go, but trying to charge crazy prices where it's like it's never really going to be, like, commercially viable. But if they calm down a bit on that sort of stuff, it, like, there is money to be made, and it sort of benefit everyone if there's, like, various games they want to play. But yeah, it just always seems there's some kind of business decision, people not getting a big enough slice, and then they shut the whole thing down. Rebel, next year will be great. I hope I can enjoy it. Yeah, man, I hope so too. Camel tanker, thumb down. Rebel, on my M, don't have to worry about dollars. On my M. What's that? I was thinking, like, is it an emulator? That's the only thing I can think of. Rebel, I'm thinking of doing Sojourn again, but I'm going to Sandswept next. I'm trying to get them two maps mixed up quite a lot. Oh yeah. So yeah, they're both pretty decent maps, I thought. I think I sort of like them more, because at least the Scalper deploys a hell of a lot easier on those maps. I'm done. Go back the way I came, pretty much. Axel D, Battlefield 6 should be pretty good. Yeah, I've kind of heard some good things about that. Some of the old ones look pretty good, like Battlefield 1, but then they went a bit... Yeah, I don't know. They all seem to... It's a bit like... a comment I saw with Black Ops 7 kind of did sum it up quite nicely, was basically saying Call of Duty has become like the Fast and Furious of games, where it was like, yeah, if you watch obviously the original Fast and Furious versus when it gets up to like 7, 8 and 9 or whatever, where they're like jumping cars into another building and Vin Diesel catches what's her name out of midair after they crash a tank, and it obviously just goes ridiculous versus like the original films. But then I will say, to be fair, like I certainly know Fast and Furious is like ridiculous films, but I quite like some of the later films. One thing I do respect, I think it's Fast and Furious 5, that scene where they drag that safe through the town. Apparently that was like, it's not CGI or anything, they actually sort of did that basically, which is pretty respectable. But yeah, obviously like Fast and Furious just went ridiculous compared to its roots, and Call of Duty in general seems to be going the same way, where yeah, a bit too much like jumping on like, yeah, the Fortnite bandwagon, which nothing against Fortnite, but it's just, you know, that's like, you don't have to copy it. But again, the people in suits that make these kind of decisions look at spreadsheets and go, oh yes, copy Fortnite. Which is a shame, because the game industry does it quite a lot, and it's like, now you're just copying what's already there. So best case, it's going to be a good copy, but worst case, it's just going to be like a diluted version of the same thing. You don't get the gaming industry. It's not much of a fan of like innovating if they can help it, until it ends up being quite often like a relatively smaller game company that kind of makes a game that blows up in popularity relative to like its budget and all the rest of it, and then you get all like the big AAA companies kind of like then try and copy it in one way or another. Really, seems to be the way it goes. Battlefield 1, oh yeah, is my favourite first-person shooter of all time. Yeah, I've never played it, but I've seen footage of that, and I definitely could see myself getting into like that Battlefield 1. Was that like where it was the First World War, so it was like very early weapons and whatnot? But yeah, that seemed realistic enough. Obviously, I know there's like slight elements that aren't strictly realistic, but I don't mind that. Even in Call of Duty, like the original games, it's realistic enough. Obviously, it's not realistic that you get shot and you just respawn 4 seconds later. But as long as it was like, you know, you're running, jumping, shooting, doing what you're doing. I never really played like the games where you could like boost yourself and jump off walls really high and all that. Just not really into that. But yeah, really, like Call of Duty back in the day was like quite a more dark game. A hell of a lot more sort of realistic. And yeah, there seems like there'd be more room for that these days, because back in the day you had yeah, Call of Duty, but then you had like what was it, Medal of Honor, and Brothers in Arms, and I'm sure there was a few others I've not played. Whereas these days I can't really think of like a fairly realistic sort of replacement for COD. But again, I've heard that Battlefield 6, like, obviously they have elements of it again that are a bit mad, but I don't mind that, because if it's doing it in the Battle Royale setting, I've seen saw a video not long ago, but there was I think someone did it in one of the earlier Battlefield games where they were flying a plane and someone was chasing them like in a fighter jet, and then they jumped out, rocket launched the other plane, and then got back into their plane, which is obviously ridiculous. But in context of like, yeah, I quite like that something that ridiculous is possible. But as long as it's set in the scene where it's like kind of realistic, obviously it's a fine line. But it was more like, it wasn't like what that guy did was normal. It was obviously like a bit of a 1 in a million. And then I heard they've like, I think they've added it into the game as like you're sort of able to do it or something. I can't remember, I just saw a video yapping about it the other week. Oh shit, I think I'm kind of going the right way, but I got... Where's the other 2 pipes? Oh yeah, shit. One's like over there somewhere. Can I remember where the 4th one was? Yeah, there. No, well, I may as well delete those markers. I'll delete that one anyway. Right, I'm there. Yeah, so sort of up to there, cut across, and then head that way. Then yeah, probably recover to like the tunnel exit base or something and spawn another pipe. Rebel, ooh, sounds fine to me. Radio built this morning, bumpy, tried to roll it out but no. Yeah, on some roads I kind of had a bit of luck with smoothing it out with a steamroller to a degree, but then other ones like just not at all. Even though I went back and forth over them loads, it just was not having any of it, and it yeah, they just sort of, I never really got like one full road done really nicely. Not as nice as I wanted to, which again, it's not the end of the world, because the nature of this game, I don't really mind if it's a little bit rough around the edges, but an attempt was made to make them a bit neater. Squared client, longer bridges, more bridges, better detailed roads, more design to them. I would say maybe being able to completely remove said road that you built. Yeah, true, you can do destruction mode, but I know what you mean, like, if there was an option to get rid of the sand and everything. And I sort of said a while back, half joking, but if they had some kind of like gigantic hoover, like a street sweeper thing, but with like a pipe on it so you could hoover all the sand up, like, so yeah, I mean, even like on this map where the AI vehicles have tipped over and spilt sand, if I was able to send a vehicle in and hoover it up out of the way so it's not blocking the road. And yeah, like longer bridges I'd agree as well. I don't know why they only gave us like the wide concrete bridge is sort of the only one that's a 20 slot bridge. And yeah, even then, like, I wouldn't say no to more like a 30-40 slot bridge really, because 20's handy for most things, but there's certainly been things on this game where it's like, if I could span that gap, but yeah, there's just not a big enough bridge at that point, so it kind of scraps that idea. And yeah, I suppose that's where like elements like that they could do with concentrating on in the game, and then stuff like, I don't hate it, but the cable layer is kind of, it is what it is. I don't think we need any more cable laying mechanics or anything going on. Like, yeah, I don't hate the missions, but the vehicle's a pain in the ass to turn whilst you're laying cable, so Still think a pretty decent execution of it, since you are laying cable and whatnot. But yeah, kind of by now it's sort of been there, done that. Don't really need to have too many more missions doing that again. Although I'm sure there will be. I swear, cranes are getting as weak on this game as they used to be on SnowRunner. I thought when they originally made this game, that was one thing I did like, was that the cranes seemed to be a bit stronger, but I don't know these days. Right, that should be enough room. I'm going to have to get out in crane mode anyway, for the bloody straps. Too good to be true to just hope it would roll into the sideboard. Time machine again. There we go. Obviously, ideally, you could do with a larger crane on this one, but since this is the one I've got, might be close enough. I remember I sort of had to wing it last time and kind of get it to full, but where it's going to drag it. Yeah, well, that'll do. It'll drag itself over nearer there. Straps. They don't listen anywhere near as good as they used to as well, for whatever reason. Rebel, I'm going to do year 5 of SnowRunner in hard mode. Are you going for it? Yeah, more with SnowRunner, as I've said before, just the hard mode was like, the biggest thing was the fact that I won't be able to change the time of day. Hard mode in this game does theoretically interest me more, with certain modifiers and all the rest of it, although I suppose to be fair, a lot of those modifiers I think I'd adjust sort of in my favour, so it's probably going to be more like easy mode than hard mode. Chris Fritz, crash, no problem. Send in the loaf there, bud. Exactly. Goddamn professional. Saw a loaf in like, I was watching some footage the other day of like the war going on in Ukraine and that, and saw a loaf get hit by a tank, and he was fine. Like, ran over. Well, but not ran over. He kind of bounced off the tank and was all good. Saw a loaf get hit by a drone. He was goddamn professional, he survived that. And then there was one where it was like civilians were in a loaf, so the drone went near it, but when the civilians jumped out, the drone didn't hit them. That loaf escaped. I don't know why, I've looked online, like, loafs are about 20 odd grand. I don't know why they're so dear. Like, I'd definitely be interested in owning one, but I thought they'd be a bit cheaper, being like a Eastern European van from 30 years ago. Well, it's funny because when you look online, like the actual UAZ or whatever it is that sells them, or there's like European online marketplaces that sell them and that, but whenever they started making them, in like the 60s or something, but then you can find one that's like an '08 model and it barely looks any newer. And then I saw like a concept design. It didn't look as good as the loaf, but like a concept design for like the loaf in 2030 or whatever, and yeah. They don't tend to modernise stuff too much over there. Which in some ways is a good thing though. I actually quite like the old school looking loaf over like some weird new, I don't know, yeah. When they try and make stuff look futuristic, sometimes it's good, but I like a lot of the old classic stuff. But yeah, I thought you'd be able to find a loaf for like, I don't know, like 500 to 5 grand or something. Not, but yeah, they seem to more be like 20 grand. Some are more than that. Some are like 40 or 50 grand. They'd been kitted out quite nicely for like, I don't know, like camping stuff all on the roof and all the rest of it. But yeah, haven't got 20 to 50 grand sat around, so won't be doing that. Right, as that I have all the Bond games on PC. I'd like to get them at some point. I need to download like an emulator or whatever. And yeah, GoldenEye in particular. I would like to go back and play that game. It's been a hell of a while. Which, yeah, I think I got that game. Well, I got the Nintendo that Christmas, whatever year it was. I think it came out more in the summer of that year. I can't remember when GoldenEye specifically came out, but when I got the Nintendo, I got it with GoldenEye. And yeah, played the shit out of it for a while, but I remember, I don't know, at some point in my teens, I remember I sold my Nintendo to a mate. And that's probably the last time I've ever played one. Swerving around a bit there. EM is what I'm calling hard mode. EM easy mode. Yeah, fair enough, yeah, because you've got a couple of different playthroughs going on, haven't you? Right, where am I? I sort of roughly know where I'm going. Down there. Yeah, I should be able to fit through that bridge. And kind of jump it up there somewhere, and then... Oh yeah, there's the pipe. Actually, the guy who pulls those things off is one of a kind. Yeah, that, I must admit, it was a bit of a rare one. But again, I think that's quite cool that it's possible, even though it is a rare one. But yeah, without being like ridiculous. I mean, again, it is ridiculous, but obviously he just used the mechanics of the game. Like, you jump out of a plane, then you've got your weapons because you're back in like not in a vehicle, and then he shot it with a rocket launcher. And then I assume, like, I saw a recreated video of it, but I assume, yeah, he kind of landed like as he was falling and sort of landed back on the plane. Must have pressed the button to sort of start the animation of you climbing back into the plane, and then flew off. So yeah, it's one of them things where it was like just a yeah, a lucky line of events, but without being like the game actually being like ridiculously unrealistic in its own right. It just all seemed to line up for him that day. Be a pretty nice one to do, especially if you get it like, yeah, I can't, they added something to the game to do with it. I think they named it after him. Which, yeah, when you pull off a move so good that they add it into games and name it after you, that's when you know you had a good game. But yeah, I don't know if I'll get Battlefield 6 or anything, but yeah, that Battlefield 1, that's probably more likely. But I'll keep an eye, obviously, on, like, with that Battlefield 6. Right, it wasn't too bad in the end, really. I think too much went right. Well, I did roll a vehicle, I suppose. It's pretty standard procedure in this game. Right, trying to avoid that one for now. In theory, it shouldn't force me to do that one, because it's a side objective. Don't think it'll make me do it before I can move on, so it does leave this one. Oh, yeah. Oh yeah, shit, I left him laying some road. Oh yeah, typical. He fell over. In roughly the same place. No, and he's still trying to get out of it. Why is it not just poured a load of sand out? See, I wish at this point you could, like, take over Because I think there's certain situations where the AI gets stuck where I'll be able to get out of it. For one, it might have been just because I wasn't watching it, but in theory, all that sand should pour out, and that'll obviously make its own hill, really, that'll tip him back to his wheels, but for whatever reason, somewhere around here, it just gets its bumper stuck. Road planning. At least if I cancel the road, he should appear over here, but the problem is, he'll start laying that side. You could almost do with sending him from this way, but going down that way. However, I don't have a lot of choice. I'll try and lay my own road, but I remember this usually goes horribly wrong. Versus just the AI doing it. In fact, where is the radius? I might just send him on the other side for now while he's actually got a load of sand. We'll figure that one out in a minute. See if we can make this side without going arse over tit. Alright, while he's doing that, I know it won't get all the way, but I wonder if I flatten this out. I don't know if it'll help much, but we'll see. What the hell is he doing? I mean, yeah, the AI really do manage to make a meal. I don't even know what it is he thinks he's caught on. That branch. God knows, game's off its head sometimes. I've got to enter. I don't like that it keeps making you enter that. Just to cancel the road. Alright. Let's try again. Kinda need to get this one done now to move on to the next missions. What the fuck is this dumbass doing? Oh, for fuck's sake, game. Do it yourself. AI is an idiot. And it appears the dump trucks managed to tip over or do something. They did even worse than last time. I think last time they actually managed to pour the sand on the other side of the road, but not this guy. The vehicle got stuck during road construction. No shit. Most players can't do anything like that. Yeah, that's true. Most of the time. I've certainly not done anything like that, but yeah. You get those 1 in a million, like... I'm not saying I do, I mean, like, you sort of see on YouTube and that. Every now and then someone will pull off something pretty batshit insane. It'd be nice to get the chance to. It's like, I remember someone on, years ago on World of Tanks Blitz loaded up, and for whatever reason, like, all the servers crashed. And this guy was like the only guy out of 14 players that loaded up. So he basically just got to farm the entire team, which obviously it won't like count as in he didn't earn that damage that way, but yeah. It was a nice game to have on his record. You just get to farm all 7 players. Get absolute maximum damage possible. I'm sure every medal going. It's not quite the same. On World of Tanks Blitz, I have got quite a rare medal. I can't remember if it's called the Tarkzay medal or something. It's where you have to get 5 modules damaged, and then kill 2 vehicles, and then still win and survive the game. And there is a medal. I've got it for doing, I can't remember if it's 2 or 3 vehicles. It might have been 2. But there is a medal for 3 and 4 or something. But yeah, I've never seen anyone else have that medal. No, he's just given up at this point. Although now I should be able to refill the sand myself, so. I don't know if road planning. No, I mean he's just given up. It won't even give me the chance to cancel the road and move him back. God knows. AI probably managed to balls this road up more than just doing it manually to begin with. Axel, I guess I didn't play Battlefield 2042 much, so maybe you can in that. Yeah, I'm not sure with that. That's the one where they seem to get a little bit, I don't know, less my thing. And then, yeah, I've not really seen anything of the sort of most recent Battlefield games, but I have heard there is a bit of hype going with Battlefield 6. I think partly as well because a chunk of people are kind of looking at Black Ops 7, and yeah, it's not really like, it's going a little bit too off the rails, so I think there might be quite a few people moving over. But we'll see. The thing is, Call of Duty is just like, seems to be ridiculously popular regardless. Which I could see why back in the day, but I think it does kind of ride a lot on past good games. It kind of built a good name up for itself, and yeah, it just sort of sells well because of that. See how then it like said that bit of road wasn't done, but when you reverse back over it, it then says it is. It seems to be like a little bug in this game, really, because obviously I assume if you sent the AI at that point, they'd moan that that bit of road isn't complete or whatever, but when you drive over there manually, even though I hadn't dumped any sand or more sand by that point, it still decided it just completed it at the last minute. Night Axel. Sorry, I might have missed. I think I've missed a couple of comments and scrolling up a bit quick. Squared client. No, no, no. We need a new cable layer. To be well, I suppose in that sense, I wouldn't say no to a new cable layer if they gave us one that was able to lay cables and still quite comfortably turn at the same time. I suppose in that sense I wouldn't say no to one, but yeah, I could imagine them like randomly, I don't know, focusing too much effort on probably parts of the game that ain't really, people aren't that interested in. But like you say, adding stuff like better roads, more options, bigger bridges, I think that's the sort of stuff I'd rather see them do. Like I say, the bridge layer I think was a good idea. I'm still glad it's in the game, even though I've not had that much use for it as of yet, really. Although I suppose that hermit stash mission, it kind of does come in handy for that, I suppose. But yeah, if I was going to start the game again and everything, assuming you can get the bridge layers in all the original maps, then there's definitely plenty of times over those various maps that I'd find it useful here and there, I reckon. Ford Tough 83, what's up, Wolf? Good to see you back at it. I appreciate it, man. It's good to be back. Yeah, I felt like, again, for the last couple of weeks, I felt pretty crap. I don't know why. But yeah, today actually not too bad for once. I knew it'd have to not do that last little bit, but we'll see if I reverse on it. Typical. Right, I'm gonna have to go back that way. Finish the bit this one couldn't. Larger crane. That's what Kelly said. She likes them larger cranes. Probably where she is. That doesn't even make sense. Gone on holiday to shag a large crane. Stranger things have happened. Ford Tough. Back on the day in the SnowRunner there was Stronger Cranes mod, and it's still in the mod. Is it still in the mod list? I wouldn't. No, do you know what? It vaguely does ring a bell though. But yeah, I just don't know why, as a concept, they have much of a limit on the cranes in this game or SnowRunner. It just seems like the company in general seems to like the idea of cranes running out of juice, but I don't really see why, because it being a game and whatnot. Like, it's a crane, I just only need and want it to behave as a crane. Like, it has one job. And obviously lifting like light, easy things, it'll do, but I don't know. The nature of a game like this, it's when you're trying to lift the crazy heavy stuff that you kind of want it to pull its weight a bit. And that's precisely when it decides it's not having it anymore. And yeah, I mean, it's a similar concept really, like with the scalper, how that doesn't deploy as easy as it should and everything, and it's just like, it doesn't make any gamer sense for it not to just work. Probably gonna have to go back a bit. Turned some of the road yellow, but the last bit, definitely ain't enough sand there. It might be enough. Obviously when it tips a bit out it stops filling the bucket. Worst case scenario when you stop filling the bucket. Come on, this is another thing. I wouldn't mind like a... I like this dumper truck the most because it holds the most sand. But it's an absolute pain in the arse for getting beached on the sand it's just laid. I'll go back and get a bit more sand while I'm at it, but... yeah, I mean the bike will goes over, like, it'll go over that sort of stuff easier, but runs out of sand twice as quick, so... so I mean, like, just go. We both know eventually I'm going to get to that little patch and pour some fucking sand. Stop cock blocking me and making it take way longer than it needs to. Ford Tough. I've not been on SnowRunner in a few years. I need to buy it on PC and start playing it again. Yeah, that's pretty much what I've done. The part where I've bought it anyway. But yeah, I need to get back on it on the PC. That one next, but... into the stupid road planning request. Select. And select that. Just check it actually starts laying tarmac. On Benny Hill mode and started doing circles. That was a good start. They may have fixed that a bit, I don't know, but the last couple of times... oh my god. Really? I'm wasting my time, I may as well go and flatten this then. What a twat. You can't even do it because the other side's not flattened. I'm pretty sure when I did this mission last time I sent this dozer back that way as an AI and sent the paver and that this way. In fact, speaking of... in that case... oh, for fuck's sake. Yes, enter the fucking planning request, you bastard. Send him as an AI, and I'll drive that thing manually. Following? Yes. Is it going green? It is. Good news. Is that dozer moving? It is. It's going better. Rebel, my main crane. Fat fingers tonight. Meds haven't kicked in yet. That's all good, man. Zach, greetings to Mr. Wolf. Fellow members of the Wolf Pack, happy to be here for another stream. I appreciate it, man. Cheers for popping in. Just, yeah. AI managing to fuck up building a road in every way they possibly can. I'd say it won't turn to the left. It's more like it. Alright, try and go over so I miss him. Oh, it goes invisible anyway. Helps, I suppose. Oh yeah, someone did say actually about, it might have been you, Rebel, about driving into a vehicle that got stuck and it kind of goes to a ghost mode. Is he still following? He is. What am I stuck on? Twat, because I don't think this guy will stop. He'll just overtake me and then not complete the rest of the road. Yay. Thanks, game, for making the world's shittest paver. Oh, that just made the mission needlessly drag out longer than it has to. For fuck's sake, I really do hate this fucking paver. The pavers in jet, the bunker one's just as shit. Anything other than an absolute glass smooth, perfectly level. Which again, if they give us a grader so we could actually like level everything properly, because the fact that this thing suffers ridiculously when it's not level. They should just make this back thing phase into the ground or whatever. It does it with some things, it'll go through rocks and that. Or some rocks anyway, like, or a lamppost or whatever. But yeah, as you can see, it's just getting caught. And then it's forcing me steering to the right, even though I'm not steering. I'm just purposely making it go diagonally there, because get enough of the road done, I can move ahead a little bit. But yeah, I do. This one, the vehicle I hate the most, probably, in this game. I can't turn left because it just tractor vehicles don't turn. I've seen people say before, and I don't disagree, that some people drive this purposely backwards because it kind of is a bit easier to drive, and I do see what they're getting at. I saw, yeah, need to bring back old school COD. Yeah, I'd like to say, I think it'd do pretty well. It's definitely when the game like went pretty massive around sort of Modern Warfare and Black Ops and all that. Right, so at least that made it to the other end. Oh, I'm still gonna have to drive this piece of shit manually. I would send it as an AI, but let's be honest, it'll get stuck. She might end up overtaking me again, but... oh my god, stop scrolling to the middle. Ford Tough, you should be able to search for it. I'm sure if I look hard enough, I'll probably have a screenshot of the mod. It probably is still on there. I know there was a hell of a lot of mods when I last loaded it up and I had to get sort of all my mods back, like AGL Loaf and all that. So yeah, the chances are it's still on there, unless like they did some kind of patch to the game and the modder would have to like tweak their mod a bit and they haven't, but other than that I don't see why it wouldn't be. Move it out of the way for the steamroller thing. It might get away with it though. Oh my god, this vehicle is so horrifically shit. So I can't stop it from turning. Or even worse, I can't turn it. Let me guess. Now the steamroller is probably going to come past me again. Sounds like it's getting pretty close. It is. Yeah, they've just made, like, I mean, obviously the ground clearance on this thing is just fucking stupid. It's like an inch. Which is a dumb amount of ground clearance in an off-roadery kind of game again, especially when you can't be, like, 100% precise with the level of the roads, obviously because it's made the dozer run both ways. There's just a slight difference in elevation between the two sides of the road, which is practically nothing, but still enough for this vehicle to get stuck. Do it again, stop pulling to the right. For the love of God. Just be not shit for about 5 more seconds. Got away lucky that one at the end. Yeah, what a stupid vehicle. I mean, it's fine, I may as well just bloody manually drive it. The road should be done after I get this last little bit flattened out, is it? Yeah, start rolling. I was sitting here trying to remember the modder. I used to use all their trucks all the time. If I remember correctly, it was 3 letters, ICX or something. Yeah, probably AGL, I assume you're thinking of. Oh, that sucks if they've changed it so you can't search as easily. Not that it was that great before. I don't know if they have changed it, but they could have. I remember it was a bit weird with the missions and menus and all the rest of it. I think you can still type in like a keyword though, and it'll go and find it, but it depends what that mod was called with the stronger cranes. If it had obviously stronger cranes in the title, then that'll make it pretty easy. But yeah, half the time you sort of got to remember whose mod it was to begin with to be able to search for it. But as well, if you've got a playthrough on PlayStation or whatever it is, because you were saying about like get it on the PC, you could always go load that up just to see what mods you've already subscribed to. You might be able to find it a bit easier that way, maybe. That was me. If the AI vehicles get stuck on anything, even stumps, you can just drive near them and they'll go through anything. Oh yeah, cheers, was it you? Yeah. Wish that bloody paver goes through the floor. To be honest, it's more in this game. Obviously, it's like it's one road, but because it's a wider road, the game makes you build two separate bits. I remember on it might have been Sunken, it made you do a double road, and that kind of ran into a load of problems there as well. I mean, really, they should probably make a paver wide enough and a dozer and all the rest of it to just lay a single road that fat. Be more like it. Oh yeah, now I've got to deliver these bloody things. Well, from what I remember, yeah, I did actually get it there with the mule last time. It was a bit on the sketchy side though, I'll admit. Believe it or not, the paver is easier to drive in reverse. Yeah, I think it is as well. It just seems to catch a bit less. And I'd say it sort of makes more sense when steering it to actually get the right line and all the rest of it. But yeah, it's just a pretty shit vehicle in general. I've never really liked them, more because of the ground clearance though, or lack of. And yeah, if you end up pouring a bit of sand and you just do a run over with a dozer and get a nice flat bit of land, it's not too bad, but the majority of the times in this game it just always ends up getting stuck, and obviously in this case it's not even something I can really help, because I ran the dozer as like an AI for either side, but just because it didn't quite flatten them at the same rate, that thing gets stuck every 2 feet. Zach 1755, last time I played this map I found a Warhammer Eagle barrel. Strapped it in my truck and left it there. Booted it up today and it was gone. Couldn't find it anywhere. Was that, yeah, on this map? Do you know what? I've not even looked. I sort of forgot about looking for, well, I suppose like the toy trucks, which I don't know if there is any, like, but I've not seen any. But it did cross my mind the other day, actually. Like, I wonder if there is anything on here. So maybe they did. Maybe they've removed it for some reason. Which I don't know why, they were actually quite handy in the scheme of things, particularly those Warhammer barrels, just for racking up an easy 40 grand. But yeah, I sort of didn't put too much thought into it. I think kind of since I did that video just saying where all the toy locations and everything were, I just sort of, I don't know, considered it like ticked off the list in my brain, so I've not even sort of looked since then. Rebel, been putting the paver in low range while paving, seems to work a little better. I'll have to say, I can't remember with that if it makes me put it in low range, but I can't remember either way though. Yeah. I don't like the vehicle. See, that's something we could do with a new one of. Something that has like a foot or two of ground clearance. And yeah, I don't know, mate, it's another tracked vehicle, which I certainly like the concept of tracked vehicles in this game. I don't think the execution of them has been the best though. Apart from, and I'm not just saying it because it is a goddamn horse, but the loaf, because it's articulated, it doesn't kill one side of its tracks if you try and turn. And that's one of the vehicles I've enjoyed the most and doesn't piss me off and always seems to work. And yeah, I sort of figured out that's one reason that helps, is because even when you turn in left and right, it's still powering every track. It just obviously does its like little articulation thing to turn. But every other vehicle in this game, well, I suppose except the whatever it's called, that big fat yellow one that can recover. So I suppose not a yellow one. It's just when I've painted it yellow. Whatever it's called, I forgot the bloody name of it already. But yeah, every other track vehicle, including that paver, like, as soon as it's getting caught, it's got no oomph to be able to turn away or anything. It's just you have to kind of stuck at that point, and I assume that's what made that the dozer kind of sit here when the AI was just stuck. It's probably because it was trying to feed power into turn, but it just doesn't really. This goddamn horse hiding there. Get yourself a loaf. Actually, smooth out the Class A before the spreaders come into lay asphalt before it's rolled as well. I wonder if it can be fixed. I hope they do something to tweak it a little bit. It's mostly there, but yeah, there's a few things that are a bit rough around the edges in this game still. Which, I don't mind waiting a while for them to tweak things, but it's definitely getting to that point now where I think the game's been out long enough that they should be able to figure out what does need a bit of adjustment. I think the mule actually got up here easier. It's because this thing just keeps catching its bloody chin on everything. That's another thing, we do have a new crane that doesn't have a giant chin that gets caught on everything. That'd be an improvement. It's funny because I saw a video the other day or week or whatever it was on YouTube of like a massive crane that people hire. It was probably like in China or something. But yeah, it essentially had a massive chin on it as well, and it's like, why do they make those vehicles? They were basically struggling to get it down a road because it had a massive chin. And yeah, I don't know, I don't really know why they do it. It seems to like hamper a lot where the vehicle can go. And yeah, this is what, like, it's these little rough things around the edges that do put me off this game to a degree. I mean, like right now, I'm going to get over there eventually, but I've just got to crash into the fucking hill 50 times before the game lets my bumper climb up. And it's like, I'm no longer playing the game I'm enjoying, I'm now just playing, congratulations, you're in a fucking vehicle with a glitchy chin that catches everything, so now you're just gonna ram into the hillside 50 times until eventually. I mean, again, when I came here with a mule last time, that worked better than that. I don't even really know. What vehicle would be good at ramming everything out of the way? Might be that after all. I don't remember as many trees there last time, but now that thing's getting stuck. Fuck it. Send in the loaf. If in doubt. Rebel, AGL has cranes fixed. Even a throwing crane. I've not seen the throwing crane, but yeah, like, him and various other modders managed to make the vehicles work as they're supposed to, so it's definitely easily doable. Is that early birthday with money at the end of January 62, hopefully? Is that what, for chipping into another game? Thanks, Rebel. Square client. In high gear, why do I chicken? What's mock chicken? Also wish they'd, like, I'm apparently pulling on the winch at that point, but it doesn't make the noise all the time, which I don't like. It's better in SnowRunner when it'd always do the noise when you're using it. Again, I don't remember having to ram 50 trees down when I was here last time, but... See, now though, turning, like, all the tracks are still powered, so even whilst you're turning, the loaf still has some pretty good oomph. So yeah, kind of turned out his articulation was a was a good thing in this game. Can't even see where I'm bloody going. Big ones down. Oh, nice. He even whipped an extra one down with his axe. It's the sign of a goddamn professional. Alright, that should do it. Those ones should be pretty easy to just knock down as and when. Horse, stop me from tipping. He knows what he's doing. Right, it's 1 out of 2. To be fair, I think the route I've got to go with the other one wasn't quite as annoying. See, like, why can't it just rip through the ground? Now I'm stuck, according to the game. Obviously I'll fire the crane legs out, but still. Rebel, I've turned the crane around and the nose doesn't hit as much. Yeah, true, I have gone in reverse, but you saw then it still got caught a bit. But I know what you mean, like there is technically the back end is like a bit narrower. Like it has got a bit of a hefty chin on it, but it's just more the hitbox. Like it's got a skid plate there, but it just doesn't really skid. Or just digs into everything. Ford Tough. Puppy Master was the modder, I think. The truck is the i9 Wrecker, and the I I always call it i9 for some reason, even though it's ix, it'd be 9, but I call it i9. I don't know why. 3A80 Wrecker. I remember using them a hell of a lot. Yeah, they were bloody good mods. They were. I've still got that one as well with the Puppy Master. The Wrecker thing was good. And yeah, the crane on it was like could basically lift anything. Well, if I remember actually, it didn't like lifting the train on, I can't remember what map it was now, but that was like a bit of an exception on SnowRunner. Yeah, everything else, like that Wrecker thing worked great. The only reason I didn't use it more is because it was took up such a large chunk of like the amount of memory it gives you, really, to activate all the different mods. But I'm pretty certain I always kept the mod. Rebel, reason for chin so big is the crane... Oh, sorry. Something to do with turning. Which, yeah, I don't mind it, strictly speaking, having, like, a chin. But like I say, with the skid plate situation, it'd be nice if it skidded a little bit more than it does. It's nice timing, get that Voron out of the way in a minute. I think he should vanish, yeah, I was going to say, like, I think it just ends there. For whatever reason, they didn't bother going into buildings this time. It's already got his chin stuck out 4 times. IX sounds right. Yeah, I always had mine painted like the, I don't know, a bronzy, coppery looking colour. But yeah, it was a very good vehicle. Like I remember it well. I know exactly which vehicle you mean. Ford Tough, I'll have to look for the modder on the Stronger Cranes mod. It was pretty cool because it automatically applied to any crane you bought in the game. Yeah, I think as well, like, I had it as well. I think I just automatically turned it on each time. But yeah, I don't know why they can't just do that in the game. Like now, it just... In real life, that would just skid its chin over the bump. Which, yeah, it's random, but when I was watching like some of that Ukraine war footage and that earlier, it was there was some vehicles that were ploughing through some pretty rough terrain that were just kind of scraping their chins through. But yeah, while I was watching it, pretty mad with the seen a lot of like the drones that are getting soldiers and that, and there's going to be some serious like drone PTSD in the future. Which I wouldn't blame them either. It's pretty mad how, like, I don't know, like the drones these days seem to spot, like, they got night vision and thermal and all sorts, so they seem to spot them wherever they are, and then obviously just, yeah. It's weird how they don't, like, the people you see, they don't really seem to hear the drone until the last second, but other footage, I don't know, they seem loud enough. It's a bit mad how desensitized to the sound of drones they all seem, but yeah, like, seems to be the way warfare's gonna go, really. Like, it's almost Skynet, but worse. Instead of like a Terminator going around, it literally will just be a flying bomb. And then, yeah, you don't really, even if you do see or hear it coming, there's not that much you can do anyway. If it's someone accurate flying it, they're gonna hit you regardless. And I even seen like they're testing one, they had a rocket launcher, basically like a bazooka on a drone. And yeah, the thing looks like 8/10 bazooka with just a little drone on top. Imagine that thing coming after you. And then yeah, obviously there was like, say, Ukrainian drones flying and Russian drones were hitting them, and it's like now you've got drones fighting drones and all sorts. Like I say, that seems to be the way it's going to go. Might even get a drone pilot's license. So when the big war starts, they'll be like, yes, don't send me the front lines, I have drone flying knowledge. That's one way to get out of getting sent to the trenches. Know how to fly drones. Will probably come in pretty handy. I think even like, not just drones, but in general, I think people who play video games are kinda got a little bit of a head start versus, like, I've never flown a drone before, but just from playing various video games, I reckon I'd be able to fly a drone and pick up being able to fly it a shitload easier than, like, my mum, for example, who I'm pretty certain has never flown a drone, but has also never really played computer games properly, etc. Like, I think I'd pick it up quite easily. And, yeah, the way things are going with warfare, it looks like that's going to be the one of the future. But then obviously anti-drone technology is going to increase. I think if you were good at like clay pigeon shooting, like with a shotgun, I think those skills might come in handy in the future as well, because stuck to the roof for some reason. Yeah, I mean, people who do clay pigeon shooting are practically trained themselves to shoot drones out of the sky, like, without even knowing it, but I bet they'd be pretty bloody good at shooting drones out of the sky. Right, well, that's that done. That's all that drained down. I wonder if on this playthrough, at some point, when I get the bridges unlocked, like that one that lowers down, and that one, and a few others, I wonder if it'll glitch in this game as well, or if they'll actually stay down. Restore the area. Oh, it's just an infrastructure route. Oh, God, yeah, I remember this one, mate. Oh, this is going to be sketchy on this playthrough. I can get him round to there again. Yeah, all the way to the concrete plant. Well, I'm just going to have to send him. I might have to give him a little boost. It's looking like it's going to be the semi-truck, which is not really what I wanted to see. I've moved all these. They might struggle getting round there. I may have to move those cargo containers and these ones. I remember they were hitting these last time as well. See if we can go round them for now. As long as they get, like, if they get 3/5 of the way or something, that's usually like a good start. At least then you can sort of respawn them from fairly close, and then you can tweak the rest of it or push them the rest of the way. Oh yeah. Remember trying to get them down here last time. This will be an interesting one. Problem is, I think I've got to get them there. They'll probably have no chance of getting up there. Or here. Oh yeah, and it sends like 4 of them or something. Yeah, I'm kind of going to have to do this mission though, because I'm kind of sort of locks the other missions behind it really until this one's done. At least the last bit's not too bad. Like, at least it made you build that road before this mission, not tried to make you do this mission and then afterwards just build a road that would have helped. Right. Me recovery vehicles. What is that one? It's a bicycle. No, I was hoping for a crane vehicle nearby. Fuck it. Oh no, I already took the other one. Do I have any more cranes? Kind of running out of money to just frivolously keep buying them. No, well, I'm going to have to recover one. I don't know which one. That'll do. Rebel, if I get my mods Sorry, it's kind of cut off. Comment off. Out tonight after stream, I think. I'll make a video to show you. Yeah, fair enough, man. Yeah, cheers. Ford, yeah, the collisions are a bit ridiculous on this game. Yeah, a little bit over the top. Like there. Yeah, I wish they'd tone it down a bit, because they did on SnowRunner at some point. I remember like the club and all the rest of it. You used to have a skid plate, but it caught way too much, and they ended up fixing that, so it is possible. I'm just curious where they did get stuck. Seems pretty early on. Well, they couldn't even make it around that corner. Well, while I'm heading over that way. Rebel, damn autocorrect. Gets you every time. That tree. Jesus, they already failed again. It said something completed. I agree, Ford, tough. Yeah, they are like a bit too over the top on this game. And it doesn't really add to it in any way. It just, yeah, takes away from it. Like I say, with that crane getting stuck back there, it's just, I don't know. There's not really like, yeah, I just want it to work a bit better than it does. It just starts making me get bored of like the game in general, really, because I don't really want to keep getting stuck on random stuff like that. It's doubtful, but I like that. Terrible angle. Makes some weird mechanical noise when I was driving on it though, I don't know why. Speaking of it, there was some weird noise in my house last night. I could not figure out for the life of me where it was coming from or whatever. It's like, I'm not even saying it's something weird like that, but it was like, I don't know, like a cross between hearing some millstone grinding stuff, but from really far away, as random as that sounds, and then someone blowing on a bottle, making it sort of whistle. It was like just a weird fucking noise. Doing my head in. I was just gone bed, and then it was like, what the hell is that? And yeah, I've never heard it the entire time I've lived here. Hopefully won't hear it again. It wasn't freaking me out, it was just annoying me. It was like, I want to know where the noise is coming from. I just couldn't figure it out. Then I heard there was like, sounded like what I thought was my cat rustling through packets of like it's got like treat nibbly things, like it's like chicken beef jerky sort of thing, and I thought it was him rustling through that, and then I heard this weird other noise that was sort of like a bit like that, but I don't know, a bit more, probably not quite as quite as loud and mad as that, but yeah, like came out my bedroom, my cat was just sat on this table thing, which he doesn't go on often. All that, like, I'm 99% certain. Wait, whatever noise was carrying on all night was not him. But the rustling through packets, I don't think was him either, because if he was, he wouldn't have jumped up on that table and just been sat chilling in the 3 seconds it took me to get out of bed and have a look. Like, he wouldn't even try and deny it. He'd just see me getting up and be like, yes. Try and beg for some treats. But yeah, so it wasn't him making the rustling noise, but I don't know what that was, because that only lasted a few seconds. But then yeah, whatever this bloody noise was, it's driving me mad. It's a good job I had like sleeping tablets really, and eventually just went to sleep, because insomnia is bad enough as it is, but that noise definitely would have kept me up wondering what the hell it was. Well, yeah, that'll help a bit. I could do a move in at least one of those containers, I suppose, as well. Squared client, sorry, drones are, I saw something to do with drones. Some of them guys do it, and it's not like your day-to-day common drone, it's a $30 million. Yeah, true, but then that Ukraine war and that Russia and Ukraine, it's, some of them are just like some little handheld things. But I know what you mean, like the, is it like the MX-9 Reaper drone or whatever that America's got and all that, but yeah, something ridiculous like $15 million or $30 million per per drone. It's a pretty fucking expensive drone. Probably would be quite fun to have a go on. I know, like, there's people, they sort of have, like, cargo containers, really, aren't they? And it's like people flying a drone in, I don't know, maybe not California, but you're not, like, flying it in California, but it's bombing some terrorist in Iraq or whatever. Pretty crazy shit. But then they're also having, like, the opposite problem of it. Like, recently when the United States, I don't know, like a little war, I suppose, with the Houthi rebels. It wasn't really like America would obviously beat the Houthis, but they were firing like rockets and drones at ships that American missiles, they were using like Tomahawk missiles to shoot the drones down and stuff, but it was ended up being like they using a $3 million missile or whatever to shoot down a $20,000 drone. Oh, so we got to there. It was the van I rammed. That's one thing. I don't think it's on purpose, but particularly in this playthrough, it used to be like, say if you have a string of 4 vehicles, the line would go green based on the last vehicle, which it does on this map, but when they seem to get stuck, it sometimes jumps the green line ahead to the first vehicle, which in this case, I hit that van. Obviously, the other semi-trucks would have been way back here somewhere. But it has actually, like, skipped it ahead a bit. I wonder if I could use it, like, when the van zips off ahead down here. I wonder if I could block the van and get the green line to jump forward a bit. We're about to find out, anyway. Because even though he's not the best at off-roading, he'll still zip round the corners like that and probably go along here better than the semi-trucks. Yeah, them bloody things. Let's find out. What the hell's that object? Oh, it's this one. It's just because it's not. I could. I don't know if I will, but I could build that road, even though it's like the mission. I don't think I've unlocked it yet. Yeah, I've sort of got to do this really to get them there. What is it? Yeah, 4 semi-trucks. It's not a good start, especially not when he just randomly swerves off and nearly crashes. It's like you could get a fucking Boeing plane through that gap, and he still nearly manages to bin it. He's not looking much better. Is it my terrible line drawing? Not really. I mean, they didn't really go to that one and start turning. See, they're starting to get stuck. Might be a bit late this time, but can I block the van? I think those semi-trucks, they will start reversing first, so I might have a few seconds. But if the van gets stuck, and not the semi-trucks, then yeah, I think that helps. Why is it? I'm going to say they disappear really easily when you don't want them to. And every time you want them to, they just sit there honking. Right. Let's find out, like. Yeah, basically. So that's skipped all that bit. Good times. At least we found a little workaround. Thankfully, I think this is like a one-off mission. So once they get there, you see now the van. Well, I don't know if the van will get up there. To be honest, I might just follow him in this. It'd be nice if I could skip, because those trucks will all start getting stuck here. Because the ground's just a bit bumpy. Oh, he's hit a tree. Soon remove that though. The old cat. Oh, nutter. Will the van make it? It best do. It's got 2 choices. Make it or get rammed by a bulldozer. See, I don't think the semi-trucks will do too well getting over there, but if the van can get up here... Don't tread on the keyboard. I was talking to my cat. It's jumping up. Yeah, after this, I was going to say, like, but, yeah, because I didn't get to block the van. Block the van somewhere around there. Switch to this quickly. I mean, yeah, this is another vehicle with a gigantic fat chin. Obviously that gets caught every 2 minutes. Boost. I wonder if that counted. It's because I rammed the van. No. You bastard. It was going so well. Oh, fucking wanker. Don't know if that's the best vehicle for it. Might be a bit better. Yeah, it's one thing I wish they sort of wouldn't do as much on this game. It does, like, bottleneck you into a certain mission, which I suppose, like, it's probably... Well, it certainly makes more difference on a playthrough like this when I'm doing it live. But just in general, like, it'd be nice if it didn't bottleneck you as much. Reverse gear, taking 4 years to... For fuck's sake, game. Could have got it then if the reverse gear was not taking a piss. I don't even know really what the semi-trucks are getting stuck on at that point. They should more be getting stuck like around here somewhere. If not, I'll just go back and start ramming the semi-trucks. About the only other option at this point. Yeah, oh, it did now for whatever reason. And it has now moved over there. Just get that out of the way. I might need to give the semi-trucks a bit of a boost, because it's probably going to start them on that hill. Fucking hell, actually, my god, get that on video and save it. Semi-truck just drove up a hill, unassisted. Why are they never that good when we drive them? I would have put, I was going to say my life savings on that not getting up there, which I would, but I haven't got any life savings, apart from that. They normally can't climb over a leaf, for me. That hill's like, even some of my vehicles struggle getting up that. Oh well, not complaining, get this out of the way, 'cause I'm sure the semi-trucks will crash into it. Right, that might be the mission done. These ones are fighting for some reason. Oh, is he going to need a boost? He might. Rebel, my cat Pepper would chew on that treat bag. Yeah, every now and then he like basically picks up the packet and tries to run off with it and then figure out how to open it. Which most of the time I then hear it, find him, but then I normally give him a treat because it is what it is. He gets off pretty lightly. But he doesn't do it that often. He seems to like... He sort of lets me know when he's more hungry than usual. So he normally gets fed when he gets fed. And he doesn't always like hassle for... I mean, he's got biscuits and all sorts, so he's definitely not starving or anything. But yeah, when he like, he'll sometimes grab the cat meat pouch thing as well and try and run off with that. Which, yeah, he normally gets a bit extra then, because it kind of... If he's actually going to that effort, I think he is getting a bit hungry. Which at the minute he's eating loads more, because he's like noticed that the weather's getting colder. He's already fattening up for winter mode. And yeah, I picked him up the other day and he's a right fat beast already. Like a month or two ago, if that. It gets like skinny enough in summer where it's almost like you think, fucking hell, are you alright? And then yeah, as soon as it gets a bit of cold weather though, start eating like a maniac. Nearly doubles in size in like a month. Don't know why the first truck is getting stuck. Got up there last time I did the mission and it's just a road that's in the game. It's not really like I should be able to make any difference to it. Thankfully it's only a one-off route. What is that other truck doing? Now they'll all get stuck here because they've got no momentum. I remember last time getting these done, and it's more tricky because there's 4 semi-trucks in a row. You're trying to help, like, say the second, third or fourth one, but you're trying to get back to the first one so that doesn't sound the alarm and start getting stuck. Well, they shouldn't really be getting stuck here because, say last time, just drove up there. Fucking wankers. Could do a quicker vehicle really, but this is in theory quick. It just, for some reason, it takes forever to change gear at the minute. Like, you stupid little fucking van up the fucking hill. See what I mean? It's like about 3 seconds to go from first to reverse. Of course they did. Oh, I may as well move the line at this point because they're just chewing all of that up. I don't know, I can try and make it go a bit wider, but I don't really see what the problem is versus last time. stuck again. You wanna? So I mean, sometimes when you're pushing them, they tap out in like half a second. And when you do stuff like this and you actually want them to fuck off, they seem to hang on for dear life. Like all of a sudden they really want to put some effort in and get the mission done. I'll try laying a bit of sand out. I don't think it's going to make much difference. I just, again, last time I did this mission, they all got there once they got to this road. I was going to say, as long as if they go to a ghost, my truck stays within, and I can just reverse through them. Right, now this truck's being a bell end. So I mean, it is stuff like this in this game. I'm now just going to be stuck trying to get these fucking trucks to literally that last little bit. At some point one of them will get stuck enough, it'll delete them all. So now I'm probably going to have to bring a dozer. I'll try one last thing. I'll try moving the line over this side. But then they're going to be a fucking awkward sod getting around this corner. We shall see though. In the meantime, I may as well start bringing this. Because worst case I'll just have to get some more sand and flatten it out all the way for the useless bastards. Square Client, I don't keep up with the new stuff, so sorry, don't know any of the new stuff that goes on in the world. Didn't know they were using small handheld drones. Yeah, you know, like, just, like, probably not even, because I think they're just, like, 3D printed sort of square frames, say the size of an A4 bit of paper, and obviously got, you know, 4 little propellers, but they're basically just handheld drones that cost, like, probably not even $100 if you're talking, like, the most of the parts are sort of 3D printed, and they basically sellotape, in a lot of them, like, sellotape a bomb to the bottom of it. And then they sort of have wires on the front that you can see sort of look like 2 circles that are crossed over each other that are not touching, but then obviously as they fly and crash it into something, it must bend those little copper wires so they touch each other and make a connection. And then the bomb detonates, so it's basically just a flying drone bomb that you sort of just crash it into the target and it blows up. And then that's it, like, obviously the drone gets blown up, but they just seem to be, like, 3D printing some pretty damn cheap frames and all the rest of it. Yeah, so it's literally like that level now of... And then that's it, like, they've got cameras on them, they've got, like... Those drones... Oh, for fuck's sake. Those drones have got cameras. If this thing didn't reverse at half a mile an hour. So there's those cheap drones, but then they've also got, like, what I assume is a bit more of an expensive one, but say they're calling, like, it a reconnaissance drone, so you've got, like, one drone that's hovering there that's probably got, like, a camera, but it's also got thermal and night vision and all that. And that's basically, like, watching over an area, and then when they find anything, which that drone is pretty good at finding, they then just send in... yeah, like these cheap disposable, just fly it into the target and blow it up. And yeah, and then that's it, and then it's like, oh, finding another person, or a bunker, or, you know, a truck sort of hidden in the forest with, like, camo netting over it and all that. And then, yeah, just get another drone, fly that in, blow it up. But obviously as a soldier, if you're there, whether you're in a trench or whatever, it's just like, I suppose from them, one of the last things they just hear is like, Ream! As a drone comes hurtling towards them. And yeah, and blows up. And some of them got some pretty big bombs on, considering it's a pretty tiny drone. They're enough to blow up, like, to disable a tank and all that sort of stuff. So obviously when they fly that into a person... Oh, I'm going to end up being stuck on this all night because all these are wankers. I don't know why they're just not getting up that hill. This bit I can... It's annoying, but I can understand, but... Like, the game made that hill. I've not done anything to it. So there's no reason why they completely suck at getting up there this time. Pour sand over there. I don't know why, but it is what it is. Otherwise I'll spend the next fucking hour here watching those twats fail to get up the hill. Rebel. I've lately closed my life doors. Just PS or watching YouTube related to gaming or new site called WorkHub. Check out WorkHub. Yeah, I just normally, like, as I'm sort of editing videos and stuff, I'm not really, like, properly watching, for the most part, on my phone. I just kind of, I don't know why, I sort of like to have it playing in the background, and normally I'll just put some kind of documentary thing on that I don't really need to watch, but I just hear bits and bobs of whatever it is I'm watching. Like, I don't know, I was watching something about the Bismarck earlier, and... Yeah, and then, but there was one with the drone footage. I was having a bath, and then I was watching, like, I was actually watching my phone, and yeah, it's just pretty crazy, some of the, well, just drones really, but it's just the fact they're so, like, so ridiculously cheap. You can sort of see from the frames that they must just 3D print them. And yeah, like, pretty damn effective though, that's the crazy thing. And the fact that they cost sod all is, yeah, I think that's going to be a pretty popular means of warfare in the future. And in theory, I mean, like, obviously the drones are going out and trying to attack the soldiers of the other side, but in the scheme of things, there's going to be, like, you know, both sides are flying drones, and they're just attacking each other's drones. Like, that's what it's almost going to come down to, is almost like, sort of a war of attrition, but it's like whoever can make the most drones can just keep going, whereas that was the thing with, like, the Houthis versus the United States. Obviously, yeah, the United States had eaten for breakfast, and they did once they went in and they sent Tomahawks and, you know, had submarines surfacing and all that. But it was just the Houthis were like, instead of beating America, they were basically not bankrupted them, but it was like, for every £1 million worth of drones that the Houthis were sending, America would shoot them down, but with like $300 million worth of missiles. So it was just, the cost-wise was like, America will be skint long before. But they were like, the drones the Houthis were using are more like government-backed. They're like 20 grand per drone. Like, they are a bigger thing in general. But yeah, again, like, just type it in on YouTube with the Ukraine stuff, and it's basically just looks like the drones you'd get a 10-year-old for Christmas. Like, not even really. And then yeah, they just tape a massive bomb underneath it and let it go. Like, I can't make the road any more fucking easy for these retards, man. He's managed to swerve off the line to go off the road I just made for him. Just ended up wasting about half an hour of the live stream. on fucking a piece of road that's about 4 truck lengths and was not even built or not built by me. It's just the game added it here, and for some reason they're not liking getting up there. I know they've now chewed this up. Like, why are they spawning on that angle? Let's try and move this line to reset them there. One day. Got another hour and a quarter left. Hopefully don't spend the rest of that watching these wankers try and drive up a hill. But we might. See, now they're struggling on that nice, flat, smooth thing. But a minute ago, we watched them drag a trailer up that hill, which is way harder by comparison. How are you managing to fuck it up? He's already fucked it now. I was trying to use him to push the other one, but let's just wait here. I mean, yeah, I can't really draw the line any more centred than the centre. So, I'm not taking blame for them at this point, they're just fucking useless. Might have to resort to plan B. In fact, I might, and just block the bloody van. See if we can get the green line to jump up a bit further. Of course, now the van... Oh my god, it's so rapid. I do a wall grind. Now the van makes it. Well, he's got a bloody mule chasing him. One successfully boosted. No. Still managed to fuck it up. Unable to send AI vehicle. Shouldn't even be allowed to call them AI at this point. This is not artificial intelligence. Call them ass. Artificial stupidity. Oh my god. Well, that just made that 50 times more annoying than it needed to be. Rebel, can almost put on, is it a stone, put on a third of a stone. Yeah, I've definitely, I keep doing the same thing, and then I'll lose a little bit, and then yeah. Them ribbon saucy flavoured knick-knack crisps, do like me some of them. And yeah, seems to be easier the older you get. It's a lot easier. It used to be like practically impossible to put weight on no matter what. These days it's fucking easy. I don't really want to do that. I don't really want to do this, but I might have to. Oh, there's connecting them up. Where is the nearest cable layer, out of curiosity? It ain't that. Where have I taken it to? Ugh, is it all the way up there? It is. Well, I might do the water samples. Preferably, I'd like to... I don't know, round up, like, I might just have to do a bit at the end of the stream, but round up a bit of scrap metal and logs and that. Can't remember it last time. Where do I take... Oh, I was going to say, like, I don't remember taking logs over there. Fair enough, so once them there... Oh, so boat... Oh, yeah. I sort of remember this mission. I did the crayfish thing there. What one has failed? I don't really care if they fail at this point. I managed to unlock some extra missions. Right, well I might as well do then get the water samples. Oh yeah, because last time I did this, but I was hoping it would drop that bridge down. So yeah, I may as well go down that way. Or that way even. Oh yeah, and then it's a bit of a sketchy drive cutting across there. Its flags aren't really accurate, but roughly speaking. Oh no. Well, yeah, and then across there. Into there. Right, I sort of know roughly where I'm driving for now. I don't know whether to cut across a swamp there, or I might go the long way around, because I remember when I did it last time. This vehicle's not that great. It's more because it's not even got a snorkel anywhere, so it really doesn't go in very deep water until it, or before it starts drowning. Squared client. I love it, Wolf. I do the same thing, just listening in the background. I don't know why, but I do if I can't concentrate. Yeah, for some reason, I think it does sort of help me concentrate, like whether I'm editing or getting SnowRunner footage or Roadcraft footage even. Like, yeah, just something sort of going on in the background that I'm mostly zoning out of, but then every now and then, like whether it's a documentary or whatever, like I'll hear a few little snippets of information, but for the most part it's just going on in the background. And yeah, I seem to have like become quite accustomed to doing it. It sort of feels a bit like something's missing now if I've not got like my phone or put YouTube on the TV and just have something playing. That's why I end up putting a lot of stuff on, but I don't really properly watch it. That's why I was saying, like earlier, for example, I watched the film Machete, but I actually like pretty much watched it rather than like just putting it on and having it in the background. I always put stuff like The Thing. I like that film. I put that on quite a bit, but it's usually just playing in the background. Time has flown by tonight. It's already 20 past midnight. Yeah, what is it here now? Yeah, 5:30 pretty much. Which, yeah, it's gone pretty quick. I remember last week, because I didn't do a live stream, I felt pretty rough. And I was laying down for a bit. And then I remember at some point thinking, oh, I sort of feel like a little bit better eventually. And I thought, oh, like, I probably would be near the end of the live stream now if I did the live stream. And then it was like 3:30. It was like, fucking hell, it was only an hour. I'm pretty glad I didn't do the live stream last week. Like, if it was any other day, well, worst case, I'd miss a video. Obviously, missing the live stream, I kind of miss a week's worth of progress on this map. But yeah, with making a video as well, I can kind of juggle it around a little bit, or if I've got a bit of a banging headache, which I've had quite often for the last couple of weeks, I can get a bit of footage and then go and chill for 20 minutes or something to sort of not look at a bright screen. Whereas obviously with a live stream, I'm kind of Once it's 2:30 in the morning for me, it's like 4 hours of pure doing this, which I like doing, but yeah, when I had like just pretty much a migraine last week, it was just making me feel ill. I got the game turned on, and after like 2 minutes of looking at it, I had the that bridge layer stuck. And yeah, I was like, it's just not going to go well. So I mean, this thing gets pretty close to drowning quite quickly. Which again, I can't even remember if the normal version of this has any kind of snorkel. If it doesn't, it definitely seals the deal that like the Land Rover is the better option. We do have a winch on it at least. But obviously the game's like specifically provided this vehicle, so I don't know if it's kind of custom made to be a bit difficult, like purposely not got a snorkel. I imagine it probably is the case. Right, and then yeah, cutting across here. Well, I think I came down that way last time. Do you know what? I might do it actually, because once you do get across that island, it is... Well, you got to get over here, and then you got to get through there, which is where I got stuck last time. And then I sent in the links, which pulled me up that hill. Which, to be honest, I might do again, because it was actually... In worst case, I'll have to drive a links from there, but... It was kind of satisfying being able to drag it up that pretty steep hill. Sorry, was it here? Yeah. Delete some of these. In fact, fuck it. I think I know roughly where I'm going. He says. I think it is across there. Find out if it drowns, then it is not the way. Before you drown. So this is why I sort of want a faster paced game every now and then. It's one of them stupid chemical barrels. Probably already damaged it now. So it's another one, it just gets its chin caught every 2 seconds. Like, why are they so obsessed with that in this game? Rivel, AI seems like it's southern, from my experience. After living in South Carolina for over a quarter century, I've seen some of those AI drivers. Yeah, it seems to be the way they all want to go. I don't know if I'll... I don't know, I was going to say I don't know if I'd trust... You know, like if you were going to get a taxi or something and it was just driving itself. I don't know. I mean, strictly speaking, on the average journey... Probably more likely if you were getting a taxi like with a human driver versus an AI driver. The human driver is probably more likely to crash than the AI, but I don't like the concept of AI. You know how it doesn't have like human I don't know, they always say like, say there's a, if you've got a car, like if a person's driving a car and your car, say the brakes fail and it's the engine's stuck accelerating, and you're going to have to either crash into one person or 4 people. A human, in theory, would choose to hit the 1 person instead of 4. Whereas, like, AI, the way it's programmed and that, might hit the 4 people if... I don't know, I'll probably not explain it very well, but it's sort of like a dilemma where it doesn't really make very human decisions. I don't know if I'm too keen on that. I think I'd just rather take my chances with a human driver. At least they're going to do, like, I don't know, something that's a bit more common sense to humans, whereas AI might do some weird shit when it's in a weird situation. I certainly couldn't do like some people do, where you see they've bought a Tesla or whatever and it's on like the autopilot, and they're just having a nap in their car while they're flying down the freeway or whatever at 70. I could definitely not be that relaxed in a car that's driving itself. Yeah, I don't know if these slabs specifically have been made to be extra annoying. But the vehicle seems to get caught on them very like, severely. And it's missions like this where they've obviously made it this vehicle thinking it'll be harder, and I suppose it is, but I'd much rather do this mission with a Lynx, like, even from a, I don't know, mission enjoyment perspective. Like, it's just needlessly sort of slow and a bit boring driving this thing. Got beached on that rock last time, which you can, yeah, look, you can winch to it, but they're just crossed out, which is fucking another annoying thing in this game that I don't like. Like, if that worked, I'd be able to get through this bit now, but exactly where I got stuck last time, for basically the same reason, I just can't winch to that. Crimson R, widen the road. Yeah, was that with that AI? But I was just saying, like, the first time I did that mission, on my normal playthrough, they all got up there just fine. I don't know why they were struggling so badly this time. Squared client, oh hell no, the cable layer. Yeah, I just saw that mission, it was like, yeah. I'm sort of tempted, like, I could get that done between this week and next week. Or at the very least, I can get the cable layer there and everything, so we don't have to spend 20 minutes watching me slowly drive it there. Although, to be fair, not that I'm a fan really of driving around in the cable layer, but it's actually probably not the worst, slowest vehicle to drive. I think the Paver probably has that crown. But yeah, I mean, again, I don't think they've done anything wrong with the cable layer really in this game. For the most part, it does get stuck a bit too easy when you're laying cable. Or, like, not stuck necessarily, but difficult to turn. But that just seems to be, like, a wider problem in this game with tracked vehicles in general. But yeah, like I say, I've used it now, and it's kind of a bit like, been there, done that, and I don't really care if I never have another cable laying mission in my life in this game. I won't miss it, particularly. I've got to go down. I'm just going to have to delete these because I'm still glad they've added where you can just drop markers, but the only problem is obviously any marker I drop in, it's going to connect to the last one. No. Right, it's there. Oh shit, it's my fault. It's too much staring. Pickle motherfucking Rick. I spent 15 hours on Sunken. That map was treacherous. I'm glad I passed it. and liking how Sojourn is. Yeah, Sojourn wasn't bad. Sunken, that's what I mean. I reckon it's probably one of my least favourite maps, but I don't think it was bad. I just... yeah, I think I enjoy, like, a bit more free-flowing maps. Sojourn and that particularly, that you can deploy the scalper pretty much anywhere. So yeah, there you go, that rock floats. Yeah, I just found it like a bit more of a enjoyable map in general. Feels like you can customise the map a bit easier because of like being able to build roads wherever you want a lot easier and all the rest of it. Sunken was kind of like you're a bit stuck with what you get, and then you just gotta get across all the difficult stuff. Speaking of difficult stuff, why is this guy making it more awkward than it needs to be? Is it because I've got towing it off? Yeah, I mean, hopefully, if this works again, I'm pretty happy that the Lynx can climb up here whilst towing this thing with it. Pretty handy vehicle in this game. Again, at this part, I might just tow it all the way, because it's honestly probably quicker than driving that thing anyway. Rebel, can't wait, getting itchy to get on SnowRunner. Yeah, it's one of them, like, I'm not trying to delay it, I'm just sort of, because I don't want to keep jumping from game to game, I kind of want to get this done to some degree and a bit out of the way, and then, yeah, I'll be back to SnowRunner myself. Which I'm looking forward to it, I definitely enjoyed that game. It's been a while, need some more loaf action. Back with the real loaf. Even though, to be fair, the loaf in this game, and again, it's not just because it is the loaf, but I think it is probably that and this Lynx. This Lynx is more handy for, like, driving up that hill. Just, to be fair, I think the loaf would be able to get up there as well, but this is a lot easier to drive to there and do little, like, nimbly manoeuvrable things. But yeah, this and the loaf are, like, quite easily me favourite vehicles in this game. It's a bit narrow along here, but you should be alright. Shit, not with a tree stump. Squared Client, I need to get back into it, Rebel. I haven't played it in a long time. It's a great game. Yeah, it's definitely... So that's another one, really, where, like, it's a bit of a... probably a smaller game company or whatever, and the game sort of blew up bigger than they were probably expecting relative to the budget and all the rest of it. And I wouldn't say there's like a load of clones that have came from the main gaming industry, but they're thinking about it. There's certainly, you can see things like American Truck Simulator and Euro Truck Simulator and all those sort of things are kind of moving over from PC into console. So they can definitely tell there's more of a market for, like, essentially games where you just drive vehicles around. That's not a racing game, though. Really? So I pretty much want to back to the road. I suppose over that bridge will do. Oh, it's close. I made the turn. See where I'm going? I'm good. Rebel, Pickle, you'll love Deluge. Yeah, I definitely think Deluge was one of the best maps in the game. It had a pretty nice balance of things. There was enough quarries to get most of your stuff built. Deploying the scalpers is a bit of a pain in the arse, but there is a guy, was it called Building Factory, I think. Thanks to Zach, who's been in the comments, that let me know about it. Yeah, he did a video on where you're able to deploy the scalper. That does help a bit, but yeah, other than that, like, Deluge was definitely a solid map. Pick one, motherfucking Rick. I went into Deluge and saw it was massively flooded. I got in and instantly quit that shit. It's not that bad once you get stuck into it. There is some flooded sections, but you don't really need to drive through them too much. Certainly by the time you do, you'll kind of have more of the map open and all the rest of it. But I'd recommend building a road from like where your starting base is, like over the bottom of the map. But there is sort of a bit of a rough road laid out already to sort of let you know where to go. But yeah, overall, just seemed like a pretty decent map. What about the clearest weather I've ever seen on this game? Saw as well, I don't know why clear weather made me think of it, but they've done a, what's it, that film Greenland or whatever, there's a sequel of that coming out as well. Gerard Butler and whoever else was in it. I don't know anyone who gets pirate films these days. Not seen a new film for years. I won't be going to the cinema anytime soon either, especially not how expensive they are. I think the last time I went to the cinema though was to watch 8 Mile when I think I was 14 or 15. I think I was 14 because I think I remember it was like, hopefully they don't try and be wankers and ideas and be like, nope. If I remember rightly, I think the ticket guy did ask, and there was me and some other guy, and then there was 2 girls with us. And I think we just sort of looked at him like, come on mate, don't be a cock blocker. Like, it's 8 Mile. Like, we're not going to have nightmares after watching the film. And then he was just like, yeah, go on. But yeah, that was a bloody long while ago. Well, yeah, whenever 8 Mile came out. I wish little things like this as well. I've got to switch to the vehicle just for it to count. I was reversing at this point. Oh yeah, it's probably a good job I did bring the links with me actually, because now I've got to go over that bridge and then this bridge, but that's the one with this stupid gap in it, so I'll end up like sending the links across and then tow the whatever Minuteman thing I've got. Something like that. First person mode for a minute. Just floor it and ignore what's going on behind. Shit, but we can't ignore that one. It says attention on the dash. Nice one, game. On towing mode. That's another thing, like, the fact that towing mode is on the same button that fires out a new winch was not the smoothest idea, whoever came up with that one. Pickle Rick, PTSD is real with a flooding system in these games. That's true, yeah, especially that it keeps glitching them and sort of re-flooding them. I'm curious to see, like, I've dropped the level of the sort of concrete plant flood. But yeah, like, this game might, when I quit, I'm hoping it won't, because I've done a few missions afterwards. But yeah, it does have a definite chance. Funnily enough, Deluge was one where it did it to me. I drained the dam, and then the next day all the water was back. Which is pretty annoying. It's bad enough, like, yeah, getting vehicles caught as it is, but once you get the level down, you're in theory supposed to unlock, like, a few possible new routes that, when it re-floods it, takes them straight back off you. I mean, same with this map where it took the bloody rail bridges off me. Never got to try them out. Well, I drove across them just to demonstrate they were down, but I never got to actually use them to progress another mission, which would have been nice if I could. It does make life easier with this vehicle. The handbrakes are also questionable in this game. To be honest, just leave the handbrake off. Drown yourself. Away. Rescue reminds me of my old work truck. Can't wait for a snow run on a live stream. Yeah, exactly. It's been a while with that one. Which I'm not sure when I go back on it if whether to carry on where I left off. I'll probably move to one of the newer maps, I suppose, really, but I'll have to revisit them at some point. But I suppose if and when I get on it and it's like, yeah, I may as well do the newest map since it's probably the one most people are up to at that point. But yeah, I've got a good few seasons racked up to get through. Zachary Newton, hey man, just wanted to give you a shout out for these Roadcraft vids. Great mix of skill and humour, always a good time. I appreciate it, man. I'm glad you're enjoying them. I think yesterday's video was my 99th Roadcraft video. I think I've done now 102 videos in total, but 2 of them were like the test videos. There's just got like a bit of loaf action on it. So that sort of doesn't really count, but then there's also, I did the Wreckfest video, so I've technically like done 100 proper videos now. Yeah, soon flies by, even when I was scrolling through them earlier, because I've missed a few off the playlist, so I just fixed all that, and then you have to like delete. They load up by the newest one you've added to the playlist, so they're all out of sync, so I had to delete some and re-add them, and yeah, like even the 50th video was, I can't remember now, but it was like, feels like not that long ago. I can't remember what bloody mission it was, but it was like, say, a major mission on Deluge. In fact, it might have been the one where I'd take the cement trucks and get them to the dam and all the rest of it. Yeah, it seems to have flown by comparison. It's funny when, like, you think, looking back on, like, when I was on, I don't know, Aftermath or one of those early maps, like, come a long way since then. It's one of those games that some ways, some of those earlier maps feel like a lifetime ago. It just never lets you drive straight along these rail tracks. So I'm amazed we got this far without it catching a tyre. Probably shouldn't say that and jinx it, but here we are. Actually made it through, not bad. Just ramming through trees, yeah, pretty. Oh yeah, it's going to make me clear out that at some point, which I probably won't do tonight. What time is it? Coming up to 6. Let's give me a little boost through the trees. Oh shit, that's the one thing I didn't want to hit. See, I managed to move it a bit there, but I don't think you can actually just properly move them. Like, without having to bring the mulcher. One last tree for good measure. Done. What's that? Oh, deliver. Oh, yeah. Oh, where does it want that going? Right. So I may as well. I don't know, I could try bringing it. Down that way and kind of loop round. And go through there somewhere. We'll see. If not, I'll get the links back. We'll try and give it a little go. Not really any water I've got to cross anymore, so there is hope. Rebel Mizak is just a day in the life of RBC trucker from Delphia, South Carolina. Or sorry, it's Delphi, is it? South Carolina. I think I mispronounce that every time. Supposed to go over that. Squared Client, the only racing games I've really been into is F1, to be honest. I like Forza and all that, just not a big fan of the racing part. It doesn't feel realistic enough. I do love building cars on Forza 4 and 5. I've never played Forza, but I know what you mean sometimes. There is some racing games I've played where I'm not a big fan of the racing. I do like the concept. Again, I've not played Forza, but like the whole open world thing seems like a pretty good idea. Yeah, Formula 1, I sort of, not to say I don't like it, but I don't think in these days I'd ever buy a Formula 1 game. But when I have played them, they're actually not bad. I think even, funnily enough, we were talking earlier about like the PlayStation Plus thing or whatever gives you free games each month. I think I've got like the Formula 1, I don't know, 2023 maybe. And I've sort of played through that, and yeah, I quite like it because I like racing games in general. And I remember as a kid playing like the Formula 1 games back then on like the PS1 and all the rest of it, and I always sort of liked them, so I don't really know why I probably wouldn't buy a Formula 1 game myself. I think it's probably because like I used to like watching Formula 1 as well, but it was back in the day when they had like V8s and V10s and all that. I don't really like these days that it's some little like energy efficient engine. It doesn't sound as good as they used to. And yeah, like who wants an energy efficient engine in a race? It's the worst place to have an energy efficient engine. But yeah, Formula 1 used to be more about like as fast as you can send a human round a track. Whereas now, it still is, but it's more like the fastest you can send a human around a track safely, which does take the edge off it a little bit. And yeah, I just don't like the sound of Formula 1 cars as much as I used to. Hear like the old V10s and that, pretty damn nice. But again, though, I've played that racing game, the Formula 1, yeah, 2023 or something, and I got fairly far through it. I did all the championship and won that year and blah, blah, blah. I think I'm just at the point now where I could keep racing on it. Pretty confident I'll be able to get first on each race, and then, yeah, I think I'll just keep getting more points and pulling ahead of the other people. But still, I actually, like, there was some good racing to be had in that game. Well, I probably could start that one for the last one, just take a crane over that, in fact. Works out very nicely. Zach, I hope they let us drive all the random AI vehicles at some point, like the Voron dump truck and the cement mixer. Yeah, same here. I'm surprised they've not added the cement mix by now. It's also another option for building roads. Like, you could pour a cement road, it'd be a potential interesting concept. Oh yeah, I remember these last time. I managed to tip over and kind of get stuck on a rock. I don't really like this way of getting rid of them, loading them into my sideboard, but it's also not really that fast, just keep trying to move them over, like, outside of this yellow box. But yeah, it's not the most exciting mission. This was when I sort of tried to tip my vehicle over to make them all spill out, but didn't really go so well last time. Are you finding this map is also be a total slog versus the pre-DLC ones? I'm also about 40% through and it feels like one big grind fest. Yeah, I do to a degree. And that's what I was saying, like, I think as well, with Kelly missing, I do genuinely think, like, in the end, when they added her, at first I didn't really care either way, but I think she's a pretty handy way of, like, tying all the missions in and sort of give you an idea of what it is you're trying to do on the maps. And yeah, I do find this map does feel like a bit more just grinding away at missions, but there doesn't really seem to be any particular rhyme or reason to it. I know in general, like, the idea is you're just fixing the map, I suppose now I'm fixing a train track and whatnot. But yeah, I do think that helped tie it all in together a bit better. Whereas, yeah, more on this map really than the pre-DLC stuff. It does feel like, yeah, they're just sort of like 40 odd separate missions, whereas they felt sort of more intertwined on the previous maps. For some reason it's taken a few seconds then to retract the crane legs, I don't know why. Rebel, watch your YouTube channel. Rebel, as of today, 117 subscribers. Hope some others from tonight's stream, please. Yeah, true. Go and check out Rebel's channel. He's got snow runner goodness. Yeah, it's still going up though, 117. I sort of find with YouTube as well, it goes like in sort of seems phases where I think, this is pure speculation. Well, it does seem to be phases, but this part is speculation where, you know, like if you've got a YouTube channel, I almost feel like at some point for a month or two period, YouTube almost like purposely don't recommend you to anyone. Not you in particular, just generally speaking. And I was thinking, like, maybe it's, you know, so like if some people start a YouTube channel, but then if they don't get some subscribers for a month or two, they might sort of quit. And I was sort of wondering, like, if YouTube want to test that possibility with some people. It's like, oh, you know, if it only takes a month or two. So I just sort of find it sort of went randomly quiet at times for no particular reason. Although, funny enough, like, I knew this years ago, but at least they've finally officially admitted it, that they were been censoring people, like Biden forced YouTube. I mean, when they say forced, it's like, yeah, I think they're probably pretty willing participants. But apparently Biden was forcing them to, like, silence people that were not saying the right thing, which will be me included. Yeah, it's just another way they tried to put their hand on the scales. Right, in fact, I'm going to leave this parked here, because when I do the mission, it'll move it automatically over there. Not that it really matters, but... Oh yeah, is this the mission? I can't remember. This might be the one where it unlocks the trains. I'm just thinking about it. Do I want to do this mission? Because if I do it now and then the live stream ends and then I turn the game off, that's where it might glitch the bridges back to being raised. What time is it? It's not that far off. I might drive, like... I'm going to have to bring it over there. Where is the loaf? He's goddamn professional. He's around here somewhere. There he is. I could just do a recalling the stuff, really. Crayfish and a logger carrier thing. And the squid client, good stuff. Yeah, Rebel Delphia Delphi. Yeah, I always, like, pronounce it wrong. But yeah, Delphi. A is silent. Squared Client, I think, to be honest, you should try it, man. I want to get the new ones, but they're good in my opinion. I'd watch you play it. Yeah, the Formula 1 game, like, it's one of them, really. I might have to check it out, because like I said, I definitely like racing games in general anyway. What the hell? A bit of a violent bump. Yeah. And like I say, on that one, I think I got all, like, saved up for, you know, 20 million or whatever it was. Kept getting bigger sponsors and all the rest of it. And it's still on my PlayStation now. I'm sure I could fire it up and pretty much be back. Like, I was halfway through some kind of championship. Which I do like games with a bit more damage as well, though. Which, to be fair, I think the Formula 1 game did have a bit of damage happening in it. But yeah, I remember games back in the day like Tokka Race Driver. It was always a great game. Especially for way back then. But yeah, like, almost, so Gran Turismo, but with damage. Oh shit, after all that. I think I want to go over that bridge. Back it up, Tara. Squared Client, F1 still runs V8. Are you sure? These days, aren't they like little 6 or even like 4-pop turbos or something these days? It's even a V8 I'd settle for. I still prefer the V10s, I think, were overall the nicest sounding ones. But I just think in general with Formula 1, it's all gone a bit more like... Yeah, I think they're trying to be a bit eco-friendly about it, which I think is a stupid idea, because it is what it is. It's Formula 1. Yeah, and you got to have, like, you can only use a certain amount of fuel. You're trying to use as little as possible, and then the tyres are trying to be all economical with them. I just want, like, a fast as fuck race car that drinks as much fuel as it needs to get where it's going. I don't know, it's probably just me. Maybe it is a sign of getting older, but back in the day, just like rallying was Group B. I still think like the normal WRC or whatever is pretty good these days, but yeah, Group B was definitely the batshit insane one. When you used to have crowds of people in the road that would like split as the rally car comes through, they'd just never have that shit these days. And yeah, back not that long ago really, like Formula 1 was not saying like I want people to die in it, but you know, it's very rare someone will get injured or die in Formula 1 these days. Back in the day it was like, at the start of a season there's probably 4 or 5 drivers that won't make it to the end. Which again, in and of itself, I'm not saying is good, but obviously the element of like risk and danger and just making a car as ridiculously fast as you can and sort of pushing it to the edge. Even like the older British Touring Car Championships, they used to have some pretty good races, and DTM, that was another good, it was like the Dutch, the German touring car thing really, that was pretty good as well. But yeah, I think it's all got a bit past me now. Years ago, when I was a kid, when my mum was in hospital and I stayed with my grandma, that she was a twat, but every now and then my real dad would come round and bring... Do you remember when you get on video, it was called like Crash, and it'd just be a video of like different crashes from shitloads of different races. I used to love watching them things. And obviously that'd have all like, yeah, rallying, bike racing, Formula 1, Touring Car Championship, and many other things that would just show you the crashes of all the different races that have been going on. But yeah, I still love watching that sort of stuff. But yeah, I just think like I sort of got used to that from back in the day, like the British Touring Car Championships when they're racing around like, I don't know, E36s and yeah, I don't know, just a lot of the older stuff, even probably a bit newer than that, where it's like Peugeot 406s, the Vauxhall Vectras, the Civics and all that sort of stuff. The DTM I've always liked, because it was like the old E30 Beamers, the Mercs, the 190E or whatever. Yeah, a racing game that would sort of bring that back with damage though. I'd definitely be into playing something like that. Again, I think in some ways, as I've said before, BeamNG seems to sort of be going that way. Which I think that's going to be... I don't know, I suppose BeamNG's been out for so long, it's like it's already existed for a while, but in theory, they've added rallying to that now. See, that's the one actually I might have to check out, because rallying in BeamNG, the fact that you can take proper damage and all the rest of it, I probably would like that actually. Which I've got the game. I think I pretty much built the PC and was about ready to start Roadcraft when, I think around the time that they released rallying on BeamNG. But obviously as they keep going, they're going to add... Oh yeah, I've got to ram this gate for no reason. Flip it over that time. I'll probably be in the way for the future. Yeah, like, when they add sort of more races and that to BeamNG, I think that'll end up being, like, possibly overtaking Gran Turismo. That's the only thing I don't like about Gran Turismo, is they just don't really have damage in it. But the game itself I like, because it's got, obviously, a shitload of different race types and all the rest of it you can do. Right, what do I want? Not them. I never know what the menu means. Oh yeah, it might be in garage actually. Yeah, it's looking a bit better. remember. Crayfish. Right, I don't know how, like, one logger's in there. And then some are in this menu. We'll cover that. Crayfish, which might be in the garage. Yeah, I wish there was a bit more of a orderly system to figure out which thing it is you're going to select. Oh, right, it's not in that menu. Might be in this one. It's the one. It's the damn horse. Get out of the way a bit. Right, I'll probably just chop some trees down and it'll be about it for tonight, but... Because, yeah, I think this unlocks the trains. Oh, no, because there might have been something with a concrete plant, actually. I can't remember now. But either way, it's probably best not to unlock them, because I would like it not to glitch the bridges. And it seems to be like, if you complete the mission and then turn the game off fairly soon afterwards, that seems to be when it, like, increases the chances of glitching it back to how it was before for some reason. Which again is a pretty major bug that they really should have... Like, it doesn't even seem like they are aware that happens. Which sort of implies they're not doing enough testing. Can't remember what the other ones run, but they're electric and gas V12. The change from it is so nice. Yeah, it sounds more like it. I've seen, yeah, the electric ones, I've seen them, but it's just not the same. Funnily enough, I saw, I think it was like a news article or whatever, saying there was also an electric, like, MotoGP bike racing, and I think they're packing that in now as well, because it just wasn't really getting any viewership. Which I'm not anti, like, electric stuff. I think it's cool, whatever. Like, it's another form of travelling, it ain't... I'm not against it, but as far as, like, racing, the sound does add to it a hell of a lot. In Formula 1, even like, yeah, rallying and all that. It does help. Versus hearing something just go like, whee! And that's about it for the entire race. But I'm sure that some of them, especially if you're in that sort of thing, like an electric Formula 1 car, I bet it's pretty fucking rapid. So I bet it'd be pretty good to drive it. Which, yeah, I think, like, it's probably more the damage-wise as well. I think why I preferred watching stuff like the British Touring Car Championships and stuff, because there was a bit more sort of rubbins racing, whereas obviously Formula 1 is definitely kind of avoid contact at all costs, really. Same as well with, like, I've never really watched much NASCAR, but I think NASCAR is underrated as a racing sport, a motorsport. I don't think people quite appreciate how difficult it is when you go in 220 odd mile an hour. I think some of them go as fast as that. But, you know, even once you're going over like 180 mile an hour, it's almost like tunnel vision. And then on top of that, you get a little car nudging you and you're trying to draft other cars, and like, it's... Yeah, I don't think it gets as much credit as it deserves. People just think, oh, they're just flying around in a circle. Which they are, but they're flying around in a circle at over 200 mile an hour, which is a hell of a lot easier said than done. And there's obviously some pretty big crash possibilities in NASCAR and all that. So yeah, I've only never really watched it, because it's never really been on TV over here, unless... I'm sure you could buy it as some sports package, but never really been in that position either. But yeah, it just never really saw it much over here, but... probably deserves a bit more credit than it gets for like a proper crazy motorsport. Plus they had that obviously on Race Driver as well, and then when you're losing, you just do a handbrake turn, go backwards. and smack all the cars in first place going 200 mile an hour. Great times. Rebel, they've been coming out with new mods on the SnowRunner, that's why I've got to fix it so I don't have to disable some. Working tonight on it now, so it's daytime for me. It's 1 AM here. Yeah, I know what you mean. I remember having to do that, sort of juggling around which ones I'm going to delete or whatever, so I still have enough room to load the ones I want to. Oh, thought about grabbing it. I'm a night owl. Sleep all day and start to complain when there's no rain, like watching the puddles gather rain. True, I'm about similar, to be honest. Definitely a night owl. And yeah, I do enjoy a good bit of rain. I like this kind of time of the year. I don't know why. Autumn weather. Although I have to say, I'm definitely more a nighttime kind of guy, but I also would generally say I prefer sort of winter, really, more than summer and all that. But I have to say, this year's actually been quite a nice summer. And yeah, the last week or two, I've definitely noticed it's got a bit colder. And it's not the end of the world, but normally I sort of look forward to it more. Whereas this year, it's almost like, oh, could do with another couple of weeks of sun. But yeah, it gets dark, like, pretty early here already. It's about 7 PM and it's already getting, like, pretty much dark. It only feels like a month or two ago it was about 10:30 at night and it was certainly getting dark, but not completely. Let me get a twofer. Yes, well, can, but now they might be a bit cockeyed when it goes to strap them on. Well, to be fair, I've only got to go to there, so end of the world. Might be able to sneak another one. Well, getting lucky tonight. Put the loaf there, making it look easy. Oh well, yeah, spoke too soon. Oh, this is one thing that I don't like about this game, is that you can't make the crane bend to fit a diagonal log. That log slipped out. It was going nice. Good job I've only got to go there. Mash that down into that. See if we can get away with just crane legs or logger legs. Might be able to wing it. It's the roughest pile of loggers I've ever seen. Right. 10 minutes. I'm pretty much done, but we'll try and get something over there. Question is what? Might have to be one of them Vorons. Do we have a big crane there? In fact, no, fuck it, loaf. God, I'm professional. He will drag it. Rebel, if people would hit the like button, I appreciate it, man. If you hit the thumbs up when you're watching videos, see a thumb, it means you've already watched it and that helps the channel. That is true. That's how when I'll go through my videos. By the way, I do need to catch up on comments. I just been all sorts of things in the last few weeks, but yeah, I've fallen way behind on them. But yeah, when I reply to comments in videos, I also like the video, because then I already know I've gone through that video. It does help. Zach Newts, they're currently running turbocharged V6s. Yeah, that's what I thought they were more on these days than, like, V8s would be great. I don't know why they don't. Well, again, they should go back to the V10s, I reckon, personally. But they also make... Oh, no. Thanks for getting in my way at the last second. They also do still make a shitload of power, though. So I certainly don't think they're, like, any slower than they were back in the day or whatever. Oh, what a wanker game. But yeah, just sound-wise, it's just not the same This would have been easier if that brown cargo container didn't jump in my way at the last second. Yeah, I'm also trying to sort of drag two at the same time, but... really? Apologies, my bad, Zach. I must be thinking of someone else. No, it's all good, man. Like, they do change them quite a lot, but yeah, I just think the most recent ones are, yeah, V6 Turbo or something like that. They might even be onto smaller ones these days, but I think the last I remember was, like, yeah, V6 Turbo. Which, again, like, still make a shitload of horsepower. So they probably wouldn't surprise me between, like, the technology and DRS and all that, or whatever it is. They're probably quicker these days than they used to be. But they did seem more of a thoroughbred race car back in the day. I was going to say, if that other Voron just gets off, me and my loaf can tick along. And yeah, I think part of the reason they went to V6s is like they were trying to sort of go for a, yeah, an eco-friendly angle, sort of saying like, you know, like, I don't know, race cars use a lot of fuel and that obviously versus a normal car, but they're trying to say like make it all eco-friendly, and it's like the amount of, not that I honestly really give much of a shit because I think it's all a scam anyway, but the amount of emissions that are put out, like each team has got to move shitloads of people and trucks and everything to the next location. There's tens of thousands of fans that drive there and turn up. So at that point, making 20 cars use a bit less fuel is a little bit kind of... it's not really making a difference. And at that point, I'd rather hear the sound of the engines that are using more fuel, but they're making good use of it. Good noises out of it anyway. But yeah, it just seemed like a bit of a, you know, jumping on the bandwagon, like being eco-friendly and all that shit. And it's like, it's Formula 1, and yeah. I used to work at a warehouse that was not too far away from Silverstone. And every year the Ferrari team, well, there was like all of them, but I remember the Ferrari team coming in. Not like, you know, fucking Schumacher or whoever's driving from, but like just like the pit crew and all that, and they'd buy like pallets of Monster energy drink and that sort of stuff, because we were like a warehouse that sold like in bulk to shops. Really, it wasn't like selling in amounts to the public. But yeah, like the Formula 1 teams had come in and, I don't know, give you some scale of like, and that's say just the Ferrari team, and they'd buy like, yeah, a pallet of Monster energy drink and so on, and then every other thing like they're buying as well. So there wasn't really much eco-friendliness about it. And then yeah, each team is bringing like 20 articulated lorries and a few lorries full of tyres and all that sort of stuff. So just making, yeah, 20 Formula 1 cars or whatever use a bit less juice. It seemed a bit preachy. I sort of like the, yeah, going back, what's that film? I've got it on Blu-ray as well. Rush. With James Hunt versus Niki Lauda. That's like a good film. And even though that was probably a bit before my time, but growing up, like, whether it was on video or whatever, there was like, I remember that sort of era of racing as well. And then yeah, the latest was probably like, yeah, when Schumacher was still racing, really, like, I think mainly the V10s and somewhere around the early 2000s, I would have thought. I think it's random, but I think Schumacher's woke up now, hasn't he? Pretty crazy, like, all the stuff he did in a Formula 1 car, and then he bangs his head while skiing. Same with Colin McRae, really. We were talking about rallying earlier, and then he dies in a helicopter crash. Pretty crazy when you think the sports that they did are pretty dangerous, but then they die from, like, or Schumacher's not dead, but he got bloody close. From, yeah, just kind of like what they like doing in their spare time, I suppose. Rebel, all this censorship has ruined things, yeah. Started back when parents wouldn't beat their kids' ass when bad and everyone won at sports. When kids grew up, they realised life is real and that's screwed up things. Yeah, no, I do agree. Well, I definitely... To be honest, I was pretty damn well behaved as a kid, but the threat of getting a smack was probably helped that. And yeah, I don't really think it's a bad thing. Toughens you up, yeah, like you say, life can be pretty cruel, and you can definitely tell these days. You can tell when someone's like a 20-year-old, but they've never been told no or anything in their life, and then you think, I don't know, there might be a video of them on YouTube doing something like going mad or whatever, but it's just like, yeah, you can tell that they were never braced for the harsh realities of life, really. Well, I got 11 steel beams. I'm only counting 4 logs. It's clearly 6 logs. Might be because I've reversed a bit too much, maybe. 5, 6, there we go. Again, I don't really want to do the steel beams because I want to complete the mission next week. So I might leave it there, to be honest. Rebel, I'm doing select forestry to thin out the woods. Yeah, it's probably not a bad idea in some cases. I do need to do a bit more, like, map maintenance on this, really, in my own time. I did it more on some of the other maps, for whatever reason. I think, yeah, even saying, like, the missions on this feel like a bit more of a slog. I don't dislike the missions or anything, but it does feel a bit more... I don't know, I've not been as much in the mood to, like, tweak the map to my liking as much as I did in maps like Deluge and all that. Rebel, is a hurricane off the coast? One could come at me. Yeah, it'd be a beast, wouldn't it? I've never really, like... We apparently had some kind of tornado here once, and like I said, it blew a chimney off a house, and that was about it. We just... England really does have, like, the safe version of everything. Like, we have snakes, but... I think we have adders, actually, that are poisonous. Which, you know what, we pretty much got rid of them, and then at some point they reintroduced them. Don't know why we decided we needed a poisonous snake. But apart from that, and they're pretty rare, like... But yeah, I mean, like that snake did successfully stole a fish off me when I was fishing, but it's only like a grass snake or something. It wouldn't, even if it did bite you, it wouldn't do fuck all. And yeah, we've got bees, but they're just honey bees. We've got spiders. They're still bigger than I would like. I actually rescued one out of my bath the other day. A house spider as well. It's like the second... I'm going soft on spiders. That's the second one I've rescued. Oh yeah, and that fucking one rescued the spider. Got him in a glass and had a letter blocking him in the glass. And then when I threw him out the window, he took the letter with him, the bastard. And because I live in a first floor flat, and the letter flew out the window, and it was like 4 in the morning, but it landed in my garden, which is also shared with my neighbour. So, who is some new neighbour now that I don't know. So I was like, fucking hell, now I've got to go outside. Well, you know, like, I'm not scared of going outside, but tiptoe down the stairs at 4 in the morning, go out the door, go all the long ass way around the house to the back garden, and now there's a spider loose in the back garden that just stole my letter. It's probably on some kind of adrenaline rush from being thrown out the window. He's out here snatching bills on his way out. Yeah, that was no good deed goes unpunished. Normally, that spider would get smacked with a shoe, and that'd be the end of it. But I don't know, for some reason, well, I don't like killing anything, even spiders. I just don't like them. But he was in a relatively catchable position in the bath, so I was like, right, I will actually. An attempt was made. But yeah, that's like the second house spider this year I've saved. Which, yeah, again, even one would be rare. But yeah, just as far as like, and you were saying about hurricanes, we get some windy weather, but it's never really that bad. It's all pretty tame over here. 4 hours from the coast. My memory is not what it used to be. Mine ain't either. My memory's gone to shit. Like, I used to be really good at remembering, like, Had my brain organised like a filing cabinet. Now, yeah, it's like a filing cabinet after a hurricane. It's all over the place. I too hit thumbs up when searching YouTube. If there's a thumb, I watched it. Yeah, true, that's a good point. Rebel, thanks mate for the stream. Talk you with this week. Yeah, I appreciate it, man. Cheers for popping in. Rebel, I remember Schumacher as a rookie. That's pretty nuts, isn't it? I don't, but I do. But you know, from like not when I was there, but I've watched footage back, you know, like around sort of Senna and all that kind of time. And yeah, it's crazy though. I think one day he was a rookie, and then yeah, he's one of them where I think he is genuinely like one of the best drivers on the planet. Whereas I've said before, and I still do stand by it, really, is like the chances are the current Formula 1 people aren't the actual fastest people on the planet. And I'm not saying I would be faster per se, but I've never been given a chance to be in a Formula 1 car. You've never been given a chance. Probably everyone in the chat tonight has never been given a chance to be in a Formula 1 car. It's one of them where you have to kind of be born into a pretty wealthy circle. You might be able to climb your way up with, like they say Lewis Hamilton did, but he already had McLaren F1 scout people watching him when he was 3 years old, and it's like there's no way he was, you know, the GOAT at 3 years old. Like, he already had it lined up. Like, his dad knew McLaren talent scouts and all the rest of it, so there's always like they've got some leg in. But I actually think Schumacher was legitimately, and I didn't like him as well for a while, but yeah, fair's fair. Like, he is a fucking good driver. Rebel, my dad would raise an eyebrow. I knew to leave or get beat. Thank you, Dad. Yeah, exactly. My dad wasn't even there to give me a beating. He fucked off racing around the world. But yeah, I knew, like, my mum would give me a good smack if I needed one. But again, I rarely did. I still joke, like, when she hit me because I wouldn't. She was like, have a bath. And I was like, why? Sort of like, I don't need a bath. And then, yeah, got a smack on the thigh and was like, good point, well taken, I agree. Turns out I do need a bath. And then that was it, which I still laugh about to this day, and I think was a good thing, because as a kid I remember it wasn't malicious, but it was just like, what happens if I say no? And then I got smacked, and it's like, oh, that's what happens. Best not say no. And yeah, worked out pretty nicely. Squared Client 5, good stream, bro. Love the chats. Man, you got me wanting to start doing streams, etc., and do YouTube for fun. Yeah, you should check it out if you've got a game you like playing. It's pretty good doing live streams. Yeah, chatting away to people, you get some, like, I don't know, feedback on what you're doing, but also people that know little tricks and tips and things going on. You get all that. It's and yeah, chat away fucking around on stream for a few hours. Pretty good stuff. Zach1755, another good stream. See you next week, Mr. Wolf. I appreciate it, dude. Cheers for popping in and hanging out and all that. Square, it's addictive. You got a lot of time on your hands. True, it is. It is addictive. Night Zach. Rebel, I might try it. Oh, shit. I think, yeah. I'm at the bottom. Yeah, like I say, I'll probably call it a day there then. Well, I'll quit back to the main menu, just see what percent we're on. What was it, 40 when I started? I'm hoping for about 60. But it might be wishful thinking. To be fair, tonight there was quite a few long-ass missions that did kind of hog a bit. Yeah, only 50. I'd say I normally get more than 10% done per live stream, but again, faffing around, and then bloody AI trucks that did not want to get up that hill. What am I at? 16. I think I'm on about 34 or something now on my normal playthrough, completed objectives. So yeah, still a good few weeks of that one left, and then we've got Washout to go to, which I've not even clicked on yet. I won't either yet. We'll see it first time when I get there. Yeah, like I say, I'll call it a day there. But cheers everyone for popping out and hanging out and all the rest of it. I should be carrying on as normal, doing a bit more Roadcraft. I'll be back on that map, but on my playthrough, yeah, on the last sort of few missions now, really. So nearly got that one in the bag, and then I'll move on to yeah, Washout or whatever it's called. Rebel, Min... One day I'll be able to pronounce it. Min Bro Franandamore. I think that was probably the best attempt I've had. Yeah, I appreciate it, man. Square Client 5, how do you edit talks stuff? What do you use? I just use OBS Studio. Oh no, sorry. That's for live streaming. I use DaVinci Resolve. But be warned. I don't know. It's just not user-friendly. But once you know how to do it, it's doable. But I wouldn't let that put you off. There is other things as well. But DaVinci Resolve you can download for free. You will be able to edit and everything. It's just needlessly complicated. But not to the point you don't need, like, before I built my PC, I just avoided it at all costs. Barely would know how to turn it on. Didn't know the difference between a RAM stick and can't even think of the name of anything else to compare it to. And a CPU. Wouldn't have known the difference. And even I've been able to get DaVinci Resolve working and all that. It just, isn't very noob user friendly. And I'm definitely a noob. But once you get that figured out, like using the microphone and that, it's it's certainly doable. That's the ones I'd check out. Like I say, they're free, so some editing things you have to like pay for basically, which I'd rather not. So yeah, DaVinci Resolve is the free one, and then OBS Studio for streaming, which to be fair is pretty good. I've been using, like, that's what I'm on right now, and that's why my screen shrunk down if it's like a slightly different aspect ratio, because I've just got the left edge of my screen where I can see OBS Studio. It's got a mini picture of Roadcraft, what you can see now in the window, that shows me what I'm showing on Livestream. I've got the chat window under it. There's a little window at the bottom that tells me like I'm live and if I've dropped any like frames because the connection and all that. But yeah, OBS is pretty decent. I've actually not had any hassle with that at all. That's definitely a pretty easy, sort of intuitive one. Cheers, thanks man. Yeah, no worries dude. Cheers for popping in. Major Sibbert, cheers mate. No worries man. Rebel, it's a little difficult. Once you've done it a few times, it's easiest. Share Factory here. Yeah, that's true. If you're on PlayStation, there's Share Factory. Which again, yeah, is pretty decent and self-explanatory. That one's pretty simple. Well, I main in console, so how would I then transfer stuff to PC? No, you don't need to at that point. Sorry, I was just thinking PC. If you're on a console, if it's PlayStation, yeah, then Share Factory. If you're on Xbox, I don't know. I'm sure there is an equivalent. I wouldn't know specifically which one. Yeah, Rebel, PS has Share Factory. Yeah, if you just go into like the PlayStation store and type in Share Factory, it's free as well. I'm pretty damn certain it is. Oh, you on Xbox? I'm not sure then, but I'd imagine it's got to have the equivalent, because there's definitely people on YouTube that make videos like from their Xbox, you know, from consoles, PC, PS and Xbox. But at that point, I just don't know what the actual like app would be called or whatever. That's a problem, Xbox. Yeah, I'm certainly not too sure with that. I play on PSN too, but main Xbox. PlayStation, I definitely easier as in like, yeah, Share Factory, and that's pretty self-explanatory. But if you just YouTube it with Xbox, there's bound to be like whatever app it is that you'd get on Xbox that would just be probably a pretty simple editing software, but that's all you need. DaVinci Resolve is just, it's more complicated than it needs to be. It's not unusable or anything like that. It's just obviously if you're very, I don't know, skilled at editing and do lots of different things, I'm sure there's the option for it on DaVinci Resolve, but I just need, yeah, Share Factory levels of like, I need to get a piece of footage, chop some ends off it and put it together, and that's about it. So they should have something like that on Xbox, I would have thought. Rebel, new Share Factory on PS5. Yeah, it is that. I've used the PS4 one, but yeah, still pretty good, worth getting, I reckon. Play a little bit of everything, Xbox, PC, PSN, etc. Yeah, there's quite a few ways. Well, yeah, that's what I like. PlayStation, Share Factory, PC, DaVinci Resolve, and OBS Studio is for live streaming. I think you can edit videos on OBS Studio as well. I've just personally not, but yeah, that's all I sort of know so far. Like I say, I'm a bit of a noob myself, so I've only picked the things I've picked and then got used to them, and that's about it really. So I've not really branched out other than what I found to work. But thank you. Yeah, no worries, dude. Like, good luck with it and having a look, see if you like it. Rebel, morning mate. Yeah, I appreciate it, man. Like I say, I'll call it a day there then. Always have to say it a few times before I eventually get there. But yeah, cheers everyone for popping in and all the rest of it. Yeah, I'll be carrying on with videos as normal, I reckon. And yeah, enjoy yourselves, whatever it is, whatever you're up to. And